Welcome back, my little nightmares. It's me, Queen Nightmare, and I am here with Eva. Hi, Eva, the dog, and you'll see the picture of it in the last part of the video. But I'm here with the dog, and I'm still at Rachel's house. Let me explain what happened. My mom got COVID, and I was gonna spend time with Rachel anyway, so I went to Rachel's house. Rachel, wrong person. Sorry, Luna's house. Why did I say Rachel? Another friend, another time. I went to Luna's house, and when I went to Luna's house, my mom tested positive for COVID. She thought she had COVID, but she thought she had something else. I've been here for over a week, and, well, you see my live streams. We went mad and such. I have new friends in Amino. I went back on Amino for some reason. Fuck's sake. Good thing that was only a minute in. My mom called last night, and she finally checked herself into the hospital, and, she was drugged out of her mind, because she kept on making faces at me, and she's not that type of person, you know, like, she doesn't do funny things on, like, she does it on, you know, in person, but she won't do it on a video or anything like that, so it was kind of weird, but kind of funny. But she also was, she said that her oxygen got down below 70. And I said, Mom, do they have, like, when you're gonna come home? She goes, no, there's some other things they have to fix. And I go, you better not be telling me this when you lied about your first cancer and then didn't tell me about your second cancer until a year into it. And then your third cancer you didn't even tell me about until you got your hysterectomy. What the fuck? Like, she has to tell me these things because she's like, I don't want to worry you. I'm like, Mom, I will only worry if you don't tell me things. Like, you passing out on the floor due to your medicine out of nowhere when I'm at the age of, what was it, 12? Yes, I'm going to worry then. But that was due to her medication for breast cancer, and it was scary. It was experimental, but she passed out on the floor mid-sentence, and I panicked. I was like, should I call 911? What's going on here? Didn't tell me. So that's how my life is going. But sorry, I'm so giggly right now. I am home alone, as you well know, because I wouldn't be this loud. No, wrong one. In my live stream, I read a Dramini story. Whoops. It got really weird, and I got so awkward when I read it, so, yeah. Let's keep going. For the Blairon story. Let's read the Blairon story. Sorry. Fuck. Damn it. No. Don't allow. Damn it. Okay, here we go. Their return. Pansy's POV. It's been a week since we haven't found Ron or Blaze. No one has seen Lavender or Cormac and Astora and Daphne Greengrass. Sorry. Snuck into McGonagall's office and flew away. I was in Astronomy Tower and flew away as well. Oh, wait, what? I was in the Astronomy Tower with Miney when I saw a flash of white light in the trees. I shook my head, probably nothing. Then I saw it again, and it stopped at the gates. I looked closer. It was a boy with white hair carrying Ron. Oh my gosh, Ron! I screamed. I leapt from my position and in Hermione's arms, and she looked at me sadly. I know, Pansy. We'll find him, she said, assured, and I shook my head. No, you don't understand. I see Ron, I shouted excitedly, pointing towards the gate. Hermione leaned over and the railing, and she took one hard look before dashing down the stairs. I followed her. We passed Professor McGonagall on the way. Where are you two going in such a rush? She asked, and I skidded to a halt. They're at the gate, Professor. Ron, I see his hair, I shouted, and McGonagall started running with us. We neared the gates, and Harry and Draco joined. We saw his hair, too. Friggin' A. Everyone sees his hair. Like redhead Ron or the white Ron. It's just like, they know. And the dog's kind of sleeping. Yay. Harry panted, and I grinned. McGonagall walked up to the gates after telling us to stay where we were, in case the white-haired vampire was dangerous. She waved her wand, and it opened just enough to let someone through. She was blocking the view of the person, but she soon conjured a stretcher. Someone's body was put on it. Blaise is there too, I screamed, and started running. Draco on my heels. We ran as fast as we could, and I jumped into Ron's arms. Hey, Pansy, he chuckled, and I hugged him tighter. Soon everyone joined in on the hug, and we all let go chuckling. I glanced to my right and froze. What happened to him? Hermione shivered, and tears started welling up in my eyes. And who's he? Harry said out of the blue. Uh-oh, everyone's gonna fucking kill him now. Oh no! I didn't even notice the short boy standing quite far away from everyone, a very nervous look on his face. That's Reginald. He helped Blaise and I escape, Ron said, smiling at the boy. Harry's eyes popped for a moment, and he looked pissed. You're the one who turned Ron, he shouted, pointing accusative finger at Reginald, who was shaking with fear. Harry, love, why would he help them escape if he didn't feel guilty? Draco asked soothingly, taking Harry's hand in his. Harry's whole demeanor softened, and he shook his head. I'd hate to break up this beautiful reunion, but Mr. Zabini is seriously injured. Professor McGonagall interjected. We all followed her to the hospital wing, where we were ordered to wait outside. Ron, are you sure you're well enough to tell us what happened? Hermione asked, and he nodded. We all sat outside the hospital wing in a circle. Ron started speaking. So I woke up in a cell in the Blood Coven HQ. They kept me there for a week, and Reginald helped me get through it by bringing me blood every day. Ron started, motioning to the small boy who was leaning against the wall, staring pointedly at the floor. Then yesterday they took us out of our cells to perform this thing called the blood ritual, where they took some of my blood and drank it. Then they threw me in a cage and brought out Blaise. He showed his bite marks on his arm. We all gasped. We then started shaking slightly. His eyes low, and his lips quivered. He gulped. They killed Blaise. He finally looked up to find all of us either shocked or had angry faces. He went on before I started ranting. I went ballistic and killed everyone in the room. Then Reginald got Blaise and we ran. The only way we were going to take the leaders down was to destroy the coven for good. So I turned Blaze. He woke up a vampire, and we killed Lavender and Cormac," Ron said, smiling at the last part. "Wait, you killed them?" Draco said, astounded. Sorry, doggy. Hi, Eva. There's a doggy beside me. It's like a little Pomeranian kind of thing. I don't know what it is, but it looks like a Pomeranian mix something. He finally looked up to find us all either shocked. Oh, wait, what? No, fuck's sake. Wait, you killed them? Draco said, astounded. And Ron nodded proudly. Blaze fainted, and Reginald and I ran. The other two leaders had already made it into the sunlight, and were too powerful to take on our own. He told us, and I let out a shaky sigh. "Who are the other two leaders?" Hermione inquired, and Ron teased. We all jumped. A loud, piercing scream could be heard from outside the hospital wing, and we all jumped. I busted the door down and opened, and immediately stopped everyone from going any further than the threshold. There was electricity everywhere, like multiple giant cobwebs of lightning dancing around the room. It was all coming from an unconscious Blaze. Whoops. Flames. Sorry. Sorry, I was having problems. Hermione's POV. Pansy stopped us all from going into the room. Madame Pomfrey was on the ground in front of the office door, looking dumbstruck, and Blaze was lying peacefully in his bed, unaware that the lightning was practically erupting from his being. Then Draco yanked Pansy and I back, when Ron grunted loudly and fell to the floor too. The same thing was happening to him, except not lightning, but fire. The red flame intertwined themselves with the lightning, and it became brighter. The amount of power in that room was radiating, and before we could do anything, Harry kicked Ron inside and kept the door shut. "What the hell was that?" he screeched, and we all shrugged, as dumbfounded as he was. "What happened?" came Reginald's voice from where he was standing against the wall. Draco explained, and we all pondered as to what the hell was happening. What if Madame Pomfrey's hurt? I worried, about to open the door, but Pansy stopped me. "I'm sure she's fine. The lightning wasn't going that low," she reassured, and I put my head on her shoulder. Do you think they're okay?" Draco whispered, and we all tensed. There was a faint knock on the other side of the door, and we all jumped a bit. "It's safe, darlings," came Madame Pomfrey's shaky voice, and she opened the door. Ron was still on the floor where Harry had kicked him, except he was lying in a different position, and Blaze was awake, wide-eyed, breathing as if he had run 15 marathons. "Mr. Zabini, I assure you, you didn't do any harm." The matron tried to reassure Blaze, but he just shook his head frantically. "Madam, do you mind if we—" Draco murmured, pointing to Blaze. She nodded quickly before taking out her wand and lifting Ron onto the opposite bed of Blaze's. We carefully walked over to Blaze, who was still heaving, and as I got closer, I saw his eyes were red, much like Ron's, except there was a bit sort of specks in them that reminded me much of the electricity that was in the room not a few moments ago. "Hey," Pansy whispered, and they blinked slowly. frightened expression still on their face. "Do you know your name?" I asked, and Blaze thought for a moment before nodding. "Blaze?" he stuttered, and Pansy nodded with a smile. "What's your surname?" She asked, and Blaze answered with a slight stutter again. "Age?" she inquired, and Blaze whispered 18. We took this as a sign that we could get closer. We all stood there around Blaze's bed and looked around at us, still scared and breathing heavily. "What did they do to you?" Harry asked, and Blaze started shaking. Okay, you don't have to answer. We'll let you rest," he said, putting his head up as a sign of peace. Blaze nodded slowly again, and Madame Pomfrey quickly ushered us out, closing the door behind her. "What's happening to them?" Harry asked the minute she closed the door. "Mr. Zabini and Mr. Weasley are something I haven't heard of in a long time," she said, and a bit gravelly, but which put me on edge. "What do you mean?" Draco asked, and she sighed. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Zabini are..." Dun, dun, dun! Coffee break. Yes, I got a Caribou coffee. Okay. It's called 3. It's not chapter 3, but the chapter is called 3. Harry's POV. I was shocked out of my socks. My mouth hung open, and I blinked repeatedly, wiping my eyes behind my glasses. But I thought those went extinct eons ago. Hermione quivered, and Pomfrey nodded. "They were extinct up until the day Mr. Weasley bit Mr. Zabini." Ugh. That hurt. "It's nothing like I've ever seen before," she sighed. Damn it. Rubbing her face in exhaustion. "I honestly feel sorry for the poor woman." "What caused it?" asked Draco. She let out an inaudible sigh that I happened to end up hearing due to the deathly silence taking over the corridor. If I understand correctly, both boys were at their weakest at the time, causing Mr. Weasley to be unable to shift and Mr. Zabini unable to grow. As Mr. Weasley told us, Mr. Zabini had died. His inner vampire went on a rampage, causing him to gain enough strength to shift again, which he did. After shifting, he and Mr. Reginald needed to revive Mr. Zabini, as at the time he was the only one that could get rid of the blood coven for good. So he turned him. My hypothesis is that Mr. Weasley not only injected the vampire venom used to turn someone into Mr. Zabini, but also drank his blood. She explained, and we all looked at her in confusion. But Professor McGonagall told us that if Ron were to drink Blaze's blood, he'd gain his powers for a short period of time, Pansy said, and Pomfrey nodded. Mr. Zabini was so weak he needed the venom more than ever. So in order to make space for the venom in his system, his soul willingly gave Mr. Weasley some of his power in order to survive. Okay. finished, and we all stared at her. And then we stared at the door. So I whispered, and she nodded again. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Zabini are tri-breeds. Tri-brides? When are you going to go to the bathroom? Do you need to go potty? Do you need to go potty? Huh? You didn't go potty before. You just stood there in the wind like I did. Do I have to go potty when you go potty? That'd be gross, but... fuck's sake. Oh, whatever. I'm home alone with the dog, and I don't know what to do with it. Because I've never dealt with this type of dog before. Like a regular dog? Sure. She's stubborn, though. That's the problem. Creatures with 2 additional forms, along with their original one. Mr. Zabini and Mr. Weasley are both vampires, both giants, and both elementalists, gaining the elementalist power from Mr. Zabini's special ability, having the skill to bend lightning to his will, and Mr. Weasley's being the ability to bend fire. My mouth was hanging and my eyes were wide. If someone were to have that much power, they'd explode. I said astonished. And Madame Pomfrey let out a strained chuckle. Well, I'm pretty sure we still have 2 whole boys in that room, Mr. Potter, I assure you. They will not explode. She smiled, and I chuckled, still quite shocked. I suggest you all go to bed. It's late, and both boys will be in there for a while. Mr. Weasley lost a lot of vampire blood from his system, and the potion they gave him has affected his lungs a bit, whereas Mr. Zabini's neck is very damaged due to the force of the multiple vampire bites and never mind. Both are in a very vulnerable state, and I suggest you don't talk to them about what is happening whilst in recovery. The matron said quickly, and they all nodded. I grabbed Draco's hand and out of instinct, and we started walking towards the Slytherin dormitories. Wait a minute, Hermione said out of nowhere. We all halted. What about Reginald? I pursed my lips. It's all right. I'll chill in the Forbidden Forest. He smiled, but Professor McGonagall rounded a corner and cut him off. I've had a room prepared for you. Good night, children. Off you go. It's after hours, she said fussily, and we all shuffled away. We entered the common room, and were all happy to see it was empty. It was quite late, and it is Saturday, so people still have homework to do. And Christmas is next week, so students are probably trying to get everything done as quick as possible before leaving. Can someone please explain to me why Pomfrey stopped herself when telling us about Blaze's condition? Draco said the moment we all sat on the couches. Yeah, she looked very hesitant. Hermione agreed, and we all nodded. I wonder what they did to him. What they did to Ron was bloody awful, but Blaze obviously got it worse. Maybe, I said, and I shivered. Yeah, I've never seen Blaze that scared since the R&R. Draco murmured, hanging his head low, and held his head tight. What do you think Ron was going to say before Blaze screamed earlier, when he was about to tell us who's been up to this? Hermione inquired, and I looked at her. I can't remember, but he looked really angry. Draco replied, and I nodded. I hope they recover soon. I miss both of them, Hermione sighed. I nodded sadly. Missing how Ron would always jump to silly conclusions and always managed to make me laugh, and how during the few months of our friendship, Blaise would always poke my shoulder and then hide. I would always pretend that I couldn't see him, but I always knew it was him. I hadn't noticed that Draco had dozed off to sleep on my shoulder, and I smiled, his platinum hair falling over to his face perfectly. Sighing softly with each deep breath he took. My adorable dragon. Visitors. Oh boy. Draco's POV. We were standing outside the hospital wing with the Weaselette the next morning, hoping for more news from Madame Pomfrey, when we heard a shrill voice from around the corridor. Minerva, where is my son? Is he all right? Asked the voice in multiple footsteps. And multiple footsteps got closer until they turned around into the corridor we were in. Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, and he ran up to her and Hermione and Weaselette, and all gave her a hug. Before Mrs. Weasley were four more. Behind Mrs. Weasley, oh my goodness! Behind Mrs. Weasley were four more Weasley males. The one closest to the woman I recognized as Mr. Weasley. Next to him were two young adults. One of them had quite a lot of scars. The last one I knew was George Weasley. Last time I saw him was at his brother's funeral. Oh! Harry, Hermione, Ginny, is he all right? What happened? She asked frantically, and Professor McGonagall put a comforting hand on the distressed mother. Before McGonagall could answer, that is another voice. I knew very well who cut her off. Where is my godson? The voice said, and my mother, Narcissa Malfoy, turned the corner and almost bumped into George. Mother, I said, and she walked hastily towards me before pulling me in a hug. Then she reached out and pulled Pansy in a hug as well. Oh, my son, what happened? She asked, letting us both go. Madame Pomfrey opened the door and sighed. Only family members, friends can come in an hour. She said, and my mother straightened her robes. I'm his godson. Surely I'm allowed in, Poppy, she said softly, and Madame Pomfrey thought a while. Please, Poppy, he has no family left, she pleaded softly, and Madame Pomfrey nodded and held the door open for Weasleys and my mother. Something at southeast. Okay. Third person. The Weasleys. Ow, I bit my tongue. I have numb tongue. Sorry. The Weasleys walked into the. That's Eva. Eva! Eva! Stop it! Please, Eva! Eva! What if I bark at you too? Ruff! Ruff, 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 ruff! Eva! Eva! I don't want to tell her to shut up. Damn. I was going to say, she stopped. Okay. The Weasleys walked into the hospital wing, and Ginny looked around. Ron was in a bed, asleep. Ronald, son, wake up. Wake up. Molly whispered, and he opened his eyes, looking around frantically. Where's Blaise? he rasped, and she looked at him weirdly. Who? She inquired, and Ron blinked a few times. He's over there, Ginny answered, and he sat up, so he was leaning against the headboard. What happened, mate? George asked, and Ron heaved a shaky sigh. Well, as you know, we were captured. Ron then explained that they did what they did to him, and Molly was soon in tears. Oh, Ron, I'm so sorry. How about how I treated you the past few months? Ginny cried, and he smiled up to her, running a hand through her similar hair. It's all right, Jen. You didn't know Brown was what she was. It's not your fault, he said, and she smiled a bit. You know what I'd like to know is why your eyes light up every time you mention him. Bill smirked, motioning to Zabini. Ron furrowed his eyebrows and blushed. Well, you see, he cleared his throat. He is he stuttered, and Ginny rolled her eyes. Spit it out! Spit it out, mate! Charlie, urged, and Ron nodded. Yes, that's what he is. Ron grinned triumphantly, and everyone thought for a while before Mr. Weasley's eyes widened. He's your mate? He said, and Ron nodded. They all looked at Ron flabbergasted, and then they all turned around to look at Zabini and Malfoy, opposite of them. Now, how is he, Narcissa? Mr. Weasley asked the Lady Malfoy, who had a pale hand on Zabini's forehead. Shaken, she said. She replied gravely. How did you know that he is my son's mate? He said excitedly, and Mrs. Malfoy chuckled. Yes, I did. He owled me the day he found out, she answered, moving her hand from his forehead to his cheek. Do you think we could meet him, or is it not a good time? Molly asked, and Mrs. Malfoy pursed her lips before leaning down and whispering something to Zabini, when Ginny hadn't even noticed was awake. She looked up at them and nodded. The Weasleys slowly made their way to Blaze's bed and looked down at him. Blaze, if I'm correct? Mrs. Weasley asked, and he nodded. We wish we could have met you in better circumstances. She chuckled, and Blaze smiled a little smile. Wait a minute. You're Laura-Lee's son. Laura-Lee Zabini, from our year in Hogwarts. Arthur's eyes said out of the blue, and Narcissa nodded. He looks just like her, he whispered, astonished. You should see him next to a picture of his father. They could be twins. The blonde woman chuckled, and Blaze looked up at her. You know my father? He asked shakily, and Narcissa nodded. I did, but I have no pictures, she said, and Blaze nodded. Anyway, Blaze, maybe when you have recovered, you can spend Christmas with us, if you'd like that, Molly asked, and Blaze smiled again. That would be very appreciated, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you, he said, adjusting his neck brace he had on. Do you mind telling us what happened? Ginny asked, and Blaze's eyes widened, and he started shaking. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to talk about it, he whispered, and all the Weasleys nodded. All right, then. Family visiting time is over, Madame Pomfrey said, coming out of the office. Madam, may I ask, please have a quick word with my mom? Ron asked, and she nodded. Narcissa kissed Blaze's forehead and left with the rest of the Weasleys. Mom, there was this letter I got from my great times 6 grandfather. I'm saying his name wrong. I remember how it's said, but it's Sengius? I'm probably saying that wrong. Sengius. I don't know. Thornhold? And he mentioned you in it, he said, and Molly's breath hitched. Are you also a vampire? He asked, and Molly nodded sadly. I'm sorry I didn't tell you and your siblings. I was afraid they'd come after you and turn one of you. But I was too late, seeing as they found you. See, she said, and a few tears started falling from her eyes. Eva! Eva! Down here! Eva! Come here! For fuck's sake. Eva! Come here! Eva!
Honey, I'm home!
Oh, fuck's sake.
Hi, honey. Are you sleeping?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
I was just wondering because all the lights are on.
Well, I don't like the lights on. You know this. Anyways, Luna's back. He said, and Molly's breath hitched. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. But I was too late, seeing as they found you. She said, and a few tears started falling from her eyes. I'm not mad, Mom. How long have you hidden? He asked, and Molly looked up at him. When your great-grandfather died, I swore that if I ever had children, I would protect them with my life. So I went into hiding as the Blood Coven couldn't find me, she said, and Ron nodded. I love you, Mom, he said. He smiled, and he hugged him. And she hugged him. I love you too, son. A message. Hold on. The message, right? Yeah, a message. Harry's POV. Mrs. Malfoy, I whispered, tapping her shoulder lightly. Oh, Mr. Potter, is the Weasley boy the one Draco tells me you hang around with the reason you're here? She asked, and I nodded. Listen, I never got to thank you for lying to Voldemort. If there's anything I can do for you, I started, and she cut me off. By killing that wretched man and keeping Draco safe. Why'd you turn on the bloody lights? I know you're up there. You ain't slick. Damn, what the fuck?
My phone's on vibrate. Oh, shoot. Yeah, but come on. Straight. I didn't pick up because my phone's on silent from school. I'm sorry. Okay, well, she's home now. Thank you so much.
Eva was right here. What'd you turn on the bloody lights for? Are you doing homework?
What are you talking to?
Why? I'm talking to you!
No, I'm not doing homework.
I was gonna say, why'd you put on the bloody lights?
Because I wanted to come down here and hang out with you.
The lights hurt my eyes. That's why I turn them off. Unless I'm doing homework or anything on paper.
Okay, well, if I knew that I'd bring down a different set of lights.
What lights would you come down with?
I'll shut them off after I try on everything, okay? That's the only thing I need these lights for.
Okay, Luna, whatever.
Let me go give the dog a treat.
Okay. By killing that wretched man and keeping Draco safe, that's more than I could ask for. She smiled and I grinned before jumping when a long arm snaked around my middle. I see you've done more than protect him, she chuckled, and I moved Draco so he was beside me. Our hands intertwined. I hope you don't mind, I said sheepishly. She looked again. By all means, get married even. Maybe then he'll complain about Harry Potter to the boy himself instead of me. She chortled. I snorted, and Draco turned a vivid shade of pink. It's always Potter this and Potter that, she explained. I laughed, and Draco buried his face into the crook of my neck. I'm sorry to break up this adorable moment, but Draco, I need to speak to you and your sister. What?
I'm sorry, did you say turtled before?
Yeah.
What story is this?
It's something you haven't never heard of. It's one bite from Blairon. Blaze and Ron. The black dude and Ron.
Okay.
I'm trying to know if you know who Blaze is. Probably not. Not a lot of people know who Blaze is. If they don't.
know. I was just wondering because that little snippet had me curious.
Well, it's right now. Draco's mom is talking to Draco and Potter right now because they're waiting to see Ron and Blaze because they're in the infirmary for a kidnapping.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You don't need to know anymore. Yeah. Okay. It's always part of this and part of that, she exclaimed. I laughed and Draco buried his face in the crook of my neck. I'm sorry to break up this adorable moment, but Draco, I need to speak to you and your sister, he said, and I looked up at Draco confused. Pansy and Blaze aren't blood related, but Mother likes to call them her children, he explained. And I nodded before he called Pansy, and the three of them walked around the corner. Draco's POV. How is he? Pansy asked concerningly, and my mother sighed, very, very shaken. I haven't seen him that shaken since the room requirement. Yeah. And I finished, and she nodded. Pansy and I finished, and she nodded. Don't push him for answers, all right? The Weasley girls asked him what happened, and he immediately started shaking. My mother said, and we nodded. I would also like to know where you two will be during the Christmas break, she asked, and I grinned. Harry offered me the option to spend it with Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, with Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin, his godparents, in the house in London. I beamed, and Pansy nudged my side playfully. Hermione would love for me to meet her parents in London as well, but I was thinking we could all ask the Burrow visit the Burrow for Christmas dinner or something. She suggested. My mother nodded. Anyway, contact me with your final details. Keep each other safe. I love you both so much. Tell Blaze I love him too. She smiled, kissing both of them on their cheeks, before turning on her heel and walking off to McGonagall's office. You have a boyfriend? That's amazing, dear. Who is he? I heard Mrs. Weasley say as Pansy and I made our way back to the others. What have I missed? I asked, snaking my arms around Harry once again. Mrs. Weasley looked flabbergasted before grabbing me and squeezing my cheeks. Draco Malfoy, I see. Oh, Harry, he's adorable and needs to eat more, but nevertheless, you've made a good choice, she said, explaining to me, examining me before hugging me tightly. Molly Weasley, she grinned, holding out her hand to shake. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Harry's told me a lot about your kind nature, and I'm pleased to say he wasn't wrong in the slightest, I said honestly, and she blushed fondly. Oh, Harry dear, where did you find such an adorable boy? If only Arthur would act like this. She huffed, and Harry and I chuckled. I try my best, Molly. But with a wife as eccentric as you, it can be difficult. Mr. Weasley grinned, and Mrs. Weasley hit him playfully in the chest. So this is the Malfoy kid. The Weasley with the long hair and scars asked. I nodded. Draco Malfoy, I said, and he smirked happily. I like this one. Slytherin, I presume, he asked, and I smiled in reply. I'm Bill, by the way, he said, and he shook my hand. Charlie, and you are probably... Charlie, and you probably already know George, and said the second Weasley. Charlie, and I nodded, and smiling at George, who was leaning against the wall, looking at talking to Reginald. Anyway, we should probably be heading out now. See you Christmas, Harry, Hermione, and Pansy. Draco, right? Charlie grinned, and him and the rest of the Weasleys went to McGonagall's office. Just as we were about to leave, though, Ron's scream echoed through the corridor, and we all sprinted into the hospital wing. There was a ball of blue magic floating in the center of the room, exactly like the one Hermione had told me showed up at Bill and Flair's wedding. The light flickered, and all our wands were drawn. Madame Pomfrey ran inside with McGonagall on her heels, and we all waited. You shouldn't have done that, Weasley, killing half of our coven. But don't fret. We've gotten bigger, and we've got something bigger coming. Be prepared. We know you've turned Zabini, and we're coming for him as well. His power might be of great use to us. We have some unfinished business. Cormac and Lavender will be avenged. Let's just say you're not going to get the best Christmas present.
What's up? Anyway.
That's a small-ass fucking backpack. Why can't it be bigger?
Oh, it is bigger. It's just not full. And it's been flat for, since I got it.
Yeah. Fukurodani, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You'll figure it out once you watch the show.
Well, I'm trying to think of which one it is. It's not Glasses Guy. You can't. Okay, you have to describe him. Describe him. Do not tell me who he is. Do not show me who he is. You have to tell me. You have to describe him.
Should have brought the fucking owl. Thinking owl. Not glasses, dude.
Okay. Okay, he's one of your favorite characters, right? Is he the spiky-haired dude?
Uh-huh.
Okay, got it right. Thank goodness.
Anyway, how do I look? Good,
Good.
bad, miserable.
You always look miserable with your attitude, but no, the outfit's good.
Anyway, does it make me look bad? We can cut this out of your video. I just need to know.
Did you say, do I look fat?
I said, does this make me look bad? But does it make me look fat?
No, I actually kind of like... It just starts twerking. Perfect.
Is it twerkable?
Damn it. Fuck's sake. The Quarantine Special, Part 1. Ooh. We would love a special for quarantine. Here we go. Here's celebrating quarantine. Disclaimer, this special has nothing to do with the actual story and doesn't change the events of the actual story. It's just one or two one-shots that I thought would lighten the mood with all the things happening in the story. Enjoy. Harry's POV. Ugh, this quarantine is so boring. Parent Pansy sighed, flopping next to Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, where we all got all situated. Yeah, I really wanted to go to Hogsmeade this morning. Draco's birthday is in 2 weeks, and I haven't the slightest idea of what I'm getting for him. I whined, and everyone nodded. I heard my name, Draco said, narrowing his icy eyes at me. Just talking about your birthday and quarantine, I said, and he nodded before plopping down beside me. Hey, maybe we can play Truth or Dare, Hermione suggested, and we all perked up. That's a good idea. I'll grab my cloak and get some Veritaserum from Slughorn, I offered before getting up. I got my invisibility cloak from a trunk and ran out of the portrait hall. I walked down several corridors until I reached the dungeon, where I slipped into the bathroom, put the cloak on, and slipped back out. Thankfully, Professor Slughorn was in a meeting about the quarantine with the rest of the Hogwarts staff, so the classroom was deserted and surprisingly unlocked. I opened the door and cast Aloma. I can read, and I can talk too. Maybe I can't do both at the same time, but we can all dream, right? I'll dream. I offered before getting up. I got my invisibility cloak from my trunk. Yeah, I went here. Alohomora. There we go. On the storage door, and the door clicked open. I happily walked inside Lumos. I muttered, and the tip of my wand lit up. I looked around the shelves, mentally cheered when I saw a full pile of Veritaserum. Next to... Wait, where's... I want Ron and Blaze back in the story. Ugh, when are they gonna kiss again? Because I want to, feel really, really uncomfortable when they kiss. That's what I want to do. I just want something uncomfortable to happen. And nothing to do with Luna. Well, Luna and Ginny would be actually a really good pairing right now. Okay, anyways, let's keep on going. Mentally cheered when I saw a full pile of... Is it supposed to be vial? Vial of Veritaserum. Next to some weird pink potion and a green goop on the other side of it. Just as I was about to take the potion, I froze. The door creaked open. I could hear Professor Slughorn talking to Professor Sprout and Tacula leaves. All right, Panomia. Mona. See you, my dear, he said, and out of fright, I grabbed the potion and ran as fast as I could before he closed the door on me. I heaved a much-needed sigh when I was outside the class, through the threw off the cloak and started walking back to the common room. I got it, I huffed, closing the... Oh, no. No! Oh, no, you grabbed the wrong one, I'm guessing. I huffed, closing the portrait behind me. Great, I'll start, Hermione. Blaise stopped mid-sentence. A loud shriek rang through the common room. I dropped the vial of veritaserum. Shit! I cursed. As it hit the ground, a thick pink vapor clouded the room. Without knowing what else to do, I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath until I was sure the vapor was gone. Ginny, why'd you scream? I asked frantically. My eyes were still shut. I'm sorry, Harry. There was a cockroach on my head. What the fuck? You don't scream. You squashed the damn thing, she said, and I nodded. That once happened to me, and it wasn't pretty. Ugh, I heard, and I immediately snapped my eyes open. Sitting in front of me were 5 tiny toddlers. I don't think you got Verena serum, boy. I think you got, like, toddler serum. No! Oh. I heard, and I immediately snapped my eyes open. Sitting in front of me were 5 tiny toddlers, staring either into space, around the room, or at me. Howie? I looked to my right and swore under my breath. Baby Draco was making grabby hands at me, and I carefully picked him up. I bent down and picked him up. I picked up the broken vial. No, no, no! I hissed. I had grabbed the wrong potion. I took the pink one that was next to the veritaserum. Draco started licking my cheeks, and I squeaked in shock. Squeaked? Yeah! Like, he dropped the vial, and all his friends turned into kids. What the fuck do you do? He's like, he grabbed the wrong one. He was trying to take the truth serum, you know? Because they were going to play truth or dare, kiss or swear. Oh. So, like, when you do the truth serum, you have to speak the truth. So, there you go. And no, his boyfriend...
That's one way to find out the truth.
His boyfriend went up to him and gave him grabby hands. You know the kid grabby hand thing? And then he started to lick his cheek. And I was like, kinky. And then he looked down and he went, shit, I got the pink one instead of the veritaserum. I'm like, no shit. No shit, honey. Look at your friends. What'd you do to this for? And he turned Blaise and Ron into children. I need to see this. I want to see a picture. I want someone to draw this for me. Me surrounded by kids. I want to see that. And it's all the Harry Potter children. I want that as like a thing. That's what I want for my birthday. Nice outfit, by the way.
Anyway. Bad, good.
The
top needs to be interchanged, but the skirt.
The skirt's kind of cute.
Kind of cute.
Kind
of not it.
Yeah, knee highs, not thigh highs.
Knee highs?
Knee highs, yeah.
Okay, well, we gotta find knee highs.
Knee high. Whee!
Knee high.
Knee high. Okay.
Whatever your entire ass torso is knee high.
Knee high.
Anyway.
So are you gonna get a new top?
Well, first of all, I need to lose weight. But
I
was already planning on that.
But
anywho.
Yeah.
Second of all, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a crew neck sweater.
Yeah.
For neck a month, but I definitely need to lose weight. Or that needs to
be a process. Yeah.
But like I was gonna stretch that out anyway.
Yeah. Just don't put it in the warm wash.
Oh no shit.
Because that's gonna be whoopsie daisy.
So what do you think about the skirt?
It's adorable.
Adorable?
Yeah.
Great, because I really wanted this only for the skirt. It was purely for the skirt. Anyway.
Okay, cool beans. She's wearing haiku stuff and 2 backpacks.
Trying on new things. And most of it's for Halloween.
And she's not gonna probably wear it only for Halloween. Are you?
We don't know yet.
I know definitely you're not gonna just wear it for Halloween.
I need to be skinny first before I decide.
Okay. Okay. Can someone help? I asked, looking around, and everyone diverted their eyes.
Every time you're with me.
Yeah, thanks, guys. What friends you are, I shouted, and Dean, Seamus, Neville, Luna, and Ginny chuckled. What am I supposed to do? I looked at the potion bottle again, and it was that the potion would wear off in 2 hours. Great. I came out of the reverie when baby Pansy started crying, and baby Blaze waddled over to her and gave her a hug. I want one. I want this scenario to happen. And I cooed at the tube before bending down to pick Pansy up as well. Shh, don't cry, love. I tried to soothe her, but she wouldn't budge. Can I try, mister? Asked a small voice below me, and me and Pansy pulled on a shoelace below me, and Hermione pulled on my shoelace. Yeah, sure, I guess, I muttered, and I put Pansy down again. Hermione started playing with her hair, and soon enough, both were giggling like mad. What are those for? Draco asked, taking off my glasses and putting them on himself. They help me see, Dragon, I say, and took them back from him. I groaned when Blaze started crying on the couch. I sat next to him, but Draco put Draco down and put him on my lap. What's wrong, Blaze? One person's missing. Who is it? What's wrong, Blaze? I asked, rubbing his back, and he rubbed his face furiously. The carrot is missing. He sobbed, and I thought and long and hard. Damn it, Ron, where are you? I let Blaze perch himself on my right arm and Draco on my left, while the girls sat on the couch and talked in baby language, whilst I looked for Ron. What, has anyone seen Ronald Weasley, the toddler? I said, and everyone shook their heads. I physically tensed when the portrait hole opened, but no one was there. The little bugger took my cloak. I spat and turned around, so I was facing all the children and putting Blaze down. Who's ready for an adventure?
On another note.
What?
How's this one?
Okay, is it going to be buttoned?
No. Because I don't like buttoning my jean jackets. I think it looks dumb. Okay. But anyway, what do you think about the back?
That's fine.
Alright, cool. Continue on.
Okay. Part 2 of the quarantine special. Shit. Harry's POV. I gathered all the children and made sure they were following me as I left the Gryffindor common room. I strained my ears and I beamed when I heard the faint sound of giggling. I followed the sound, but I stopped when I reached the entrance hall. Ron, where are you, mate? I called. Nothing. I snapped my head towards a random direction, and I heard a faint giggling noise emanate from. I checked on the toddlers, adjusting Draco in my arms, started running to the to the hospital wing where the giggling was coming from. I opened the door and Madame Pomfrey jumped. "Sorry, madam, have you seen a toddler by any chance?" I asked, and she stared at me befuddled. "A potion mishap," I added, and she pointed to the children wandering aimlessly behind me. "Well, Mr. Pooh..." "Oh, goodness," she shrieked. Blaze had managed to waddle over to one of the medicine trays and he hid it, presumably spilling the contents of multiple different potions onto himself. "Blaze!" I shouted, and I half expected him to start crying, but what happened next was unexpected. The pink vapor from earlier engulfed the child, and in a moment, teenage Blaze was back, sitting on the floor with a most puzzled expression on his face. "Why do I smell like cough syrup?" he asked, and I snorted before giving him a hug of relief. He returned the hug, and Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat. "Mr. Potter, when does this wear off?" she asked, motioning to the toddlers. "In like 2 hours, but I don't know what happened with Blaze," I said, putting my hand up in defeat. The moment of the potion that fell on top of him must have overridden the current potion. The only problem is that now all of my potions are fixed, so you'll have to have one wait for the rest of them to grow back for the next 2 hours, Madame Pomfrey said, furrowing her eyebrows. Right then. "Thank you, madam, I guess," I muttered, and I quickly grabbed Blaze's arm and pulled him out of the infirmary. Isn't he going to be naked or something? What is this? "What's in Merle's hairy ass is happening?" he asked, and I walked down the corridor and I strained my ears. Shh. He looked completely dumbfounded as I squinted my eyes and looked around. "He went this way," I said, and I steered the toddlers and Blaze towards the corridor. "Harry, be quiet, Blaze, but shh, Potter, not now! Harry Potter, shut up, Blaze! No, you listen to me, young man, because I don't know what the flippin' fuck is going on!" he shouted hysterically, and I stopped in my tracks before snorting in his enraged form. "Okay, I'm sorry," I chuckled, and he huffed. I explained what is happening, and he couldn't stop laughing when I finished my explanation. It wasn't funny! I'm pretty sure Draco shit himself already. No! I'm gonna cry, because this is funny. I just want someone to make a storyboard of this whole entire thing. And I haven't the slightest clue how to clean him. I hissed, and Blaze wiped away a tear of laughter. "That's a bad wood, Howie. Don't say that." Draco squealed in my arms, and I gave him a kiss on the forehead. "I'm sorry, Dragon." "Harry," Blaze heaved nervously, and I turned to him. "Hermione and Pansy have disappeared." He winced. "How? You were right there!"
Or was there?
I said, and he frowned. "I was laughing my ass off, if you didn't notice." "I didn't see them at all," he said, and I sighed. I don't like being a parent." laying my head on my shoulder. He chuckled before holding me up with his hands on my shoulders. "We will be the best damn gosh damn parents those ungrateful little prats ever had. We just have to find them first," he said, and I laughed. Shall we look for Hermione first? He suggested. And with one large deep breath, I nodded. By the way, this is not a haze, which is Harry X Blaze. I just feel like this is what their friendship is like. Blairon and Jerry all the way. Okay, that's cool. I've never heard of haze, so... No, that's not a story idea. I've heard of Blairon, which is an actual thing. Okay. We look everywhere for Hermione, but she was nowhere to be found. We even checked the Gryffindor common room again. Blaze and I were slowly losing hope on her before an idea struck my mind, and I face palmed. What's it wrong? He said, and I chuckled. We are so daft. This is Hermione we're looking for. Why didn't I think of it sooner? I shouted, and he furrowed his brow. Elaborate, Potter, elaborate, Blaze said, and I sighed out a laugh. The library, I muttered, and he thought for a while before running a hand across his forehead. We're idiots, aren't we? He laughed, and I smiled sheepishly. We made sure Draco was still fast asleep in the blanket. I hand wrapped him in before we ran to the library. I sighed in relief when we entered and found Hermione reading a large book, sitting on a lap of Luna Lovegood. Of fucking course it's Luna. Hello, Harry. Hello, Blaze. What brings you here this fine afternoon? Let me redo that because my recording stopped. What brings you here this fine afternoon? She asked airily, and I smiled, looking down at her. Well, Luna, we were just looking for Hermione, I said, and Luna smiled down at the brunette toddler. Oh, does she have to go? She was just reading a Muggle story about vampires and a lovely maiden who happens to be a swan, she said, and I looked over to Blaze, who shrugged. Well then, she has great taste in books, Luna. Do you mind if you keep her until she grows back? Blaze asked frantically, and Luna started playing with Hermione's hair. No, Luna, let me... What? What? Wait a minute. No, Luna, let me... I think she means stay. Wade? Yeah, stayed. Let me stay. Hermione persisted, and Luna grinned. I don't mind at all. She's great company. And with that being said, Blaze and I ran back to the corridor to find Pansy. I wonder where she'd be. I thought out loud, and Blaze nodded. Hold on. What day is it? He asked, and I looked at him confused. Saturday. Why? He asked, and Blaze snorted. Pansy used to always go down to the Black Lake on Saturdays. Oh gosh, children by the lake. Oh, that's a bad idea. I don't mind it. Black Lake on Saturdays because the Hufflepuff girls usually have a swim at this time. Pansy would always like to go spy on Hannah Abbott because she's got quite the curves. Oh, jeez. Oh, your baby form would have like a thing for a You know what? Never mind. Blaze laughed. I rolled.
Don't finish that sentence.
Yeah, no. I rolled my eyes. No wonder she always goes swimming with Miney. I guess that's how you know someone has good curves, I guess. I couldn't tell. Yeah, like someone like me. I don't show off my figure. We ran down to the Black Lake and smiled when we saw tiny Pansy Parkinson being fawned on by all the Hufflepuffs. Hannah, Blaze smiled, and the strawberry blonde girl jumped up excitedly and gave Blaze a large hug. So it is Pansy. I knew it, she said, gazing longingly at the small toddler. Yep. Do you guys mind helping keeping her until she grows back? Blaze asked them, and the Hufflepuffs nodded. Of course, Blaze. Anything for you. Okay. Susan Bones winked, and Blaze chuckled. Right then, Harry. He said, turning towards me with an absolute pleading look in his eyes. I could tell he was very uncomfortable. Yeah, let's go. Thanks, ladies. I waved, and they waved goodbye. Okay, Pansy and Hermione are safe. What about Ron? He asked, and I sighed. I might know someone who knows where he is, but I doubt they're going to talk to me. I said, and Blaze looked at me skeptically. Skeptically as they walked up the hill towards the school. Who might that be? He asked, and I pursed my lips. Theodore not. He and Ron had got on quite well and would always go somewhere when hanging out together. Ron never told me where, but I bet he's there. It's just not hates me. I sighed in defeat, and Blaze chuckled. What are you laughing for? I hissed deducedly. I can talk to him for you, he said, and I furrowed my eyebrows. You guys are friends? I asked, and he nodded. We were more than friends at some point, but we broke that off after a year. But we're still good friends. Say what? I like how that was just ran over like a speed bump. Damn. Ouch. Sorry, my ear itches. He said, and I stared at him open-mouthed. You were an item? I asked, and he nodded. Anyway, to the Slytherin common room we go, he said, pointing towards the entrance hall ahead, and we started running. We ran down into the dungeons and into the Slytherin common room. Have any of you seen Theo? Blaze asked a few third years, and they all pointed towards the 8th year boys' dormitory. Oh, gosh, Blaze murmured as we ascended the stairs. What? I asked. He sighed. Baby? Draco is a baby? I'm right here with you. Crabbe and Goyle are in the common room. That only means that Theo is making out with someone in the dormitory. Blaze heaved, and I looked at him incredulously. Watch and learn, he muttered, winking at me before we opened the door, prior to Blaze's words. Theodore jumped up off his bed, covering himself with his duvet. Theo, you little slut. Luna. Ray. Computer girl. Amino addict. I'm trying to get your attention. I've been calling you different names. Okay. He opens the door and this is what he says about his ex. Theodore jumps off his bed, covering himself with his duvet. Oh, Theo, you little slut. What's up?
Oh.
Perfect. I love that too much. Okay, sitting back down and covering myself with a blankie. Blaze sighed, giving Not a hug and scowled. Likewise, so what's my bitchiest friend need now? He asked. Blaze rolled his eyes. I'm only bitchy in bed. I have a question. He said, and Not raised a dark eyebrow. If Ronald Weasley were to go anywhere in the school, where would I find him? He asked, and Not thought for a while before smirking. Meet me here at 11 and I'll tell you, he said. Blaze laughed. You are a whore, Not. Answer my question.
A great way to start a conversation.
That's not how they started it. He said...
I really don't care how they started it. That's just a great thing to say in a conversation.
They hugged each other and he said, what's my bitchiest friend up to now? And then he goes, I'm only bitchy in bed. I have a question. That's how you have a conversation with someone. That's how you do it. I think I've had a conversation like this before. Sadly.
Our entire conversations are like this.
That's true. That is true.
I think I've had a conversation. Yeah, our entire friendship. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's like, if Ronald were to go anywhere, he goes, meet me here at 11 and I'll tell you. You're such a whore, Not. Answer my question.
I'm such a whore. Fuck.
And Not rolled his eyes before scoffing. The kitchen. He answered, and Blaze smiled happily. Thank you, Theo, he grinned, and he rolled his eyes before smiling again. Blaze and I left the room, and before Blaze closed the door, he shouted a quick, "Hey, Terry!" towards the lump of Not's bed, and received a muffled, "Hey, Blaze!" He already had someone in his bed when he went into his ex's bed, and he's like, oh, if he's not in the common room, and he's not with Draco or Crab and Goyle, he's making out with someone in his bed. Hey, Terry! Hey, Blaze! Before we left, that was probably the weirdest conversation I've ever encountered. I said, bemused, and Blaze nodded. Then it was like that most days. We had an odd relationship. He muttered. I snorted. Right then, the kitchens, he asked, and I nodded. Ronald, here we come, you cloak-stealing fool. The cloak-stealing...
I thought you just said.
What?
I thought you just said, here, can we go?
Okay.
I'm just like, the fuck you've been reading.
What the fuck? I've been reading some weird-ass shit. Ronald, here we come, you clock... No, clock? Why did... You... Demonetized. Ron... Here we come.
That was the most PG version of what I was going to say.
Oh, it was PG, like, from last night.
Yeah.
That sounds really bad, but it was also
No,
Lamino.
I was gonna say, you cock-sucking bastard. This is the full line that I was gonna say.
Well. Okay. Ronald, here we come, you cloak-stealing fool. Okay, here we go. Go away, you fool. Yes, thank you. Go away. Oh, it's 4:20. Hey! Luna! Guess what time it is? Luna! Ray! Amino addict. Woman who lives upstairs. Fuck's sake. Okay. Anyways, here we go. The quarantine special finale. Hi guys, I forgot to announce this is the last chapter, but I have a new wait, this is the last chapter? Oh, last chapter of this like one-shot thing. Okay. It's called Musical Therapist, and it, as usual, it's a Blairon, and I would love to thank whoever this person is for letting me adopt this story and write it for them, so please go follow them. Anyway, thank you and enjoy the last of the quarantine special. Yay! Harry's POV. The sun was quickly going down, and Blaze and I had just descended into the basement towards the kitchens. We scoured the place until we found the entrance painting. I tickled the pear, and it turned it into a door. Tickled? Okay. Blaze marveled at the giggling fruit. Okay, before opening it. When we got inside, I was quite shocked to see Astora and Daphne Greengrass feeding Ron from a small bowl, both giggling with the child. Oh, Potter! We were just about to look for you, Daphne said, and I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I tripped on him. I tripped on him. Oh, gosh. A moose! Someone call Child Protective Services. I tripped on him while coming down the stairs, and he seemed hungry. I hoped you don't mind. Astora grinned, and I chuckled. It's quite all right. He should go. I stopped my sentence when Daphne gave a loud yelp, and the pink vapor surrounding the child, surrounding the siblings. When it disappeared, Ron was sitting on her lap, and she pushed him off. What in the bloody hell just happened? He asked airily as he heaved himself off the floor. What in the bloody hell just happened? He repeated angrily, and Blaze snorted into his hand. Well, we'll explain later. Pansy and Hermione are probably as confused as you are, Blaze added, and we bid goodbye to the Greengrass sisters. I took my cloak and sprinted towards the entrance hall where Hannah Abbott, I just got that joke. Wait, is that Hannah Abbott from 13 Reasons Why? I only know the name because I watched one episode and I wasn't impressed, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. Well, I saw bits and pieces, and I just hated it. No offense to people who do like it. I'm not a big, chick flick. Well, it's called chick flick. I don't like sad stories, okay? After we collided, I was just like, I'm gonna shoot myself. Gosh. Okay, I can't stand that character. I can't. Oh my gosh. I can't stand a weenie. I can't stand her. Oh. Sorry, let's keep on going. And Luna and Lovegood were having a small conversation. Pansy was standing behind Hannah and a very questionable look on her face. And Hermione was... Did I say Pansy? Yeah, Pansy. Hermione was with Luna looking utterly befuddled. Harry, what happened? Pansy screamed in my face, and Blaze put a hand on her shoulder. He opened his mouth to explain, but was forced to stop when I gave a loud scream and fell to the floor. Teenage Draco snapped his head up from my chest. He forgot he was carrying Draco. Snapped his head up from my chest in the blanket I wrapped him in, blocking his vision. What the fuck just happened? He whispered, standing up frantically, throwing the blanket down on me. The way he was acting momentarily reminded me of the ferret incident. Calm down, love, you're fine. I chuckled from the ground, and he looked ready to smack me. Blaze helped me up, and I gave Draco a quick hug. What did you do, Potter? He spat. Blaze pursed his lips and closed his eyes, trying not to laugh. I nudged him in the ribs before we said goodbye to Hannah and Luna. I explained what happened, but on the way to the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron called, and I turned to him as we entered the red and gold-clad room. Yeah? You're a dimwit, he snapped, patting me on the head before running upstairs. I'll go check on him. Blaze sighed, and we all nodded, taking our usual seats on the couch. Blaze's POV. I ran up the stairs 2 at a time before shivering when I got up to the 8th year boys' dormitory. On the contrary, I had the biggest crush on the stubborn Ginger. I don't know how to tell him he's straight, for Merlin's sake, but I honestly don't find that completely true. I knock on the door and open it before waiting for a reply. Ron was sitting on the bed, his elbows leaning on his knees, with his head down, making his hair look like a wavy waterfall. Go away, Harry. I'm not feeling well, he muttered, and I grinned. If I was Harry Potter, I would have a scar on my forehead and I'd be 2 heads shorter. I chuckled, and he looked up before looking back down again. What are you doing? He asked, and I sat beside him. I came to check on you, I replied, and he... What was that? Damn it. I'm so sorry. I came to check on you, I replied. He started coughing, and I panicked. I started rubbing his back. Ron, are you allergic to anything? I asked. Once I saw his face was red, and he was boiling and sweating. Beetroot, why? He groggled, and my face palmed. I think green grass must have given you some, 'cause you've got a fever. I sighed, and he looked at me hysterically before coughing again. Are you shivering? I asked, putting a hand on his arm. He looked down and nodded. Hold on. I stood him up, prepared his bed, and put a few heating charms on it. Before I could get him in, I ran into the bathroom and heated the face cloth. He told me was his, and folded it and put it on his forehead. I sat at the end of his bed and cleared my throat. Rio, I called, and a house elf popped in front of me. Yes, young Master Zabini, he asked, and I smiled at him. You're not my house elf anymore, Rio. Please call me Zabini. Blaze, sorry. I was thinking of his last name when I said that. Blaze. I said, and he nodded quickly. Could you please bring me a hot bowl of chicken soup? I asked, and with that, the house elf popped off. And he came back not a minute later with a soup and a spoon. Thank you, Rio. Good night. I grinned, and he smiled up at me with big brown eyes. Good night, Mr. Zabini. Well, you got the master off, so that's perfect. He popped away, and I turned back to Ron. Here, I whispered, giving him the soup, and he shook his head. Can you feed me? He whispered, and I blushed before nodding. When he was finished with the bowl, I popped way back to the kitchen.
Say something else than a bowl. But then again, I wasn't listening to the story until right.
What did you make?
Ravioli.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm hungry as shit. I haven't eaten today.
Why didn't you eat? They have lunch.
It's the ALC. How good do you think the lunch is gonna be? There's a measly hot dog.
Hot dogs are good.
Hot dogs are thin. Like, what would be a normal hot dog?
That's a brat. Brats are this big. Hot dogs are this big. They're not that big.
Anyway, our hot dogs are not that great.
They're probably vegetarian hot dogs.
Unacceptable.
It's better than nothing.
Unacceptable.
Anyways. When he was finished with the bowl, it popped away back to the kitchens, and Ron muttered a tired, "Sleep now." I got up to leave, but he snaked his arm around my waist and pulled me back. "Sleep with me," he mumbled, and I froze. "With you?" I repeated, and he nodded. I stared at the boy before shrugging, getting into the bed, and I turned so my back was facing the rest of the common room, and lay my head in above his. "Can you hold me?" He whispered, and I nodded, dumbfounded, wrapping my arms around his middle, bringing him closer. "Good night, Ron," I sighed, and I waited for a reply and chuckled when the only thing I heard was his soft snores into my chest. Aw, that's adorable. Okay. The broken truth. Oh, jeez. I made an edit of the blaze during captivity. I'm not good at this part. Oh no. I shouldn't have done that, Weasley. You shouldn't have done that, Weasley. Killing half of the coven. Blah, 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 whatever. I was furious. Wait, this is Draco's POV. I was furious, enraged, infuriated. Tell me that wasn't Daphne Greengrass, I shouted as the ball of magic vanished and the lights flickered back on. It was her and Astora managed to finish the ritual. That's why Blaze, Reginald, and I had to leave so quickly without destroying the place. Ron sighed, and Pansy piped up. How powerful do you get once the ritual is been done? She asked, and Hermione obviously answered her. I did some digging, and legend has it, after the ritual, you are practically unkillable, she said, and I pursed my lips. Vampires who have done the ritual are called the Ents, because it's rumored that if the world were to ever end, it would be because of them. And she added gravelly, but if they are the most powerful beings in the universe, why are they coming for Blaze? Harry asked, and I could hear Blaze gulp from my position in front of the door. Pansy ran and sat next to him. He ran his head. He lay his head in my chest. Maybe they want more of his blood, I suggest, and Harry looked at me funny. Why would they? They already drank all of it, he said, and I thought for a while. Maybe they want him to bite them," Hermione whispered, and we all stared at her. "That's bonkers. Why would—" "Mrs. Granger is right," Madame Pomfrey said out of the blue. "But why?" Pansy urged, and Madame Pomfrey moved closer so she was visible for everyone. Mr. Weasley bit Mr. Zabini. In the process, he consumed a bit of Zabini's blood, elementalist magic, making both of them tribrids. Cool. Mr. Zabini is the origin of the magic, so he is the only one that can give part of it to someone else, and his elemental power will be the most powerful because he's originated from his own magical core, whereas Mr. Weasley has added, not grown. If Mr. Zabini were to bite the green grasses, they would also be tribrids and really be the most powerful beings in the universe, she said, and they all looked at Blaise. They looked on the verge of tears. Wait. So they are coming to force Blaise to bite them. Then with that power, they're going to fight Ron? Harry asked, and Pomfrey nodded. Merlin's beard, McGonagall heaved. What is it, Minerva? There's going to be another war, isn't there? She breathed, then Madame Pomfrey nodded sadly. Blaise got out of bed and swayed dangerously. He blinked a few times before running out of the room. Harry followed him. Pansy got up to follow as well, but I shook my head. We should stay here. Stay. He's very overwhelmed, Pansy. And if there's anyone that needs to talk to him about this situation, it has to be Harry. He's dealt with it before. I sighed and he nodded, getting up to put her head on Hermione's shoulder in frustration. Ron lowered his head, reaching inside his shirt, and took out his necklace. It hasn't stopped glowing since we were kidnapped. This is really happening, he heaved, and I nodded. Harry's POV. I followed Blaise out of the infirmary. I heard a few, "Hey, Potter, is that Zabini?" But I ignored them. After about 5 minutes of looking, I found Blaise in the astronomy tower. He was sitting on the floor and with his knees brought to his chest. His shoulders were shaking and he was crying softly. "Blaise," I whispered down to him. He lifted his head. His eyes were puffy and his cheeks stained with tears. "How did you deal with it? All the fighting?" he asked, and I sat down next to him. And he put my head on his shoulder. I didn't. I still haven't gotten over it at all. But sitting here and mopping your eyes out isn't going to change the situation. I sighed, and he put his head on mine. "We haven't seen you or Ron for a week. We were so worried, Blaise," I whispered, shifting on the floor. "I need to tell you something," he murmured, and I looked at him through the corner of my eye. "I'm listening." He took a deep breath, then another one, and then another one, before clearing his throat, though his voice cracked as he spoke. "While I was in captivity, McLuggan, Blaise held his breath, could tell that the words he wanted to say were swallowing him whole. eating at him from the inside. I knew the feeling. He wrapped me. I can't say the real word, but you know the real word. It worked. Miles away. That would never work. Altering something with that much magical strength, it could kill us. But what if it doesn't? We need to do this now, or it will be too late. It'll be for nothing. All right. But we have to do it properly, or we're as good as dead. You understand that, right? Of course I do. You know that if this works, those two won't be standing much longer. That's what I'm counting on. Hogwarts. He what? He screamed, and Pansy shushed him vigorously. It was 11 p.m., and the group was sitting in the infirmary on Ron's bed. Pansy was sitting at the head of the bed, with Blaise sleeping on with his head on her lap. Harry was sitting on the edge of the bed next to Hermione, and Draco and Ron were sitting on chairs on either side. Shut up, Ron. You're going to wake him up, she hissed, softly stroking Blaise's sharp cheekbone as he snored. Ron's hair went a couple shades darker. His eyes reddened, and he bared his fangs. With lightning speed, he ran in a red flash towards the nearest window with flaming fists and shattered it. Do us a favor and stay there. I don't want my hair burnt, Draco muttered, and Ron stared at him incredulously before his entire body was engulfed in flames, and he started striding towards Draco with a murderous look in his eyes. Hermione pulled out her wand and shouted a quick aguamente. Aguamente. Well, because it's water. The water splashed on Ron, but he didn't get wet. Merely emanated smoke from his body, in which fire was just encased. Ron, you can't get angry like that. You don't know how to control your powers, Hermione sneered, pocketing her wand, and Ron sat back down. He stared at his beloved and took his hand in his, caressing the soft skin of his palm. His hair went back to normal. His eyes became ocean blue again. His fangs retracted, yet the ruby pendant laying on his chest was still glowing faintly. He groaned loudly and out of frustration. He jumped back again and started pacing so fast Hermione felt sick. She grabbed Ron's hand and he jumped. There's nothing we can do, Ron. It's already happened. She tried to reassure the enraged redhead, but Ron shook his head, his eyes flashing crimson. Oh, there's something I could do, he jeered in the dangerous, almost animalistic voice he had used on McLuggan many times before. The one that everyone knew meant Ron was serious. I'm going to fucking kill that green grasses. That's what, he roared, grabbed hold of the nearest bed and flipped it. With such rage, it flew through another window. Hermione was about to shout at him, but Harry cut her off.
I was mad at something at first because all I heard was, I don't know.
Oh.
Why don't you fucking or whatever?
Oh.
I'm just like, that's not a line of a book. No, that's just what I say all the time. And then I was just like, oh, she's still reading.
Yeah, Blaise was wrapped by the bad characters, and Ron is not happy. So he's like, I'm gonna fucking kill them. That's why. And you're not listening to a word I'm saying.
Oh. Were we continuing this?
I was telling you. They wrapped Blaze. The bad characters. I can't say the real word. Wrapped. Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah. And
rest in pieces, I don't care.
Oh, not killed. I mean,
you can tell me later. Oh, wrapped?
Yeah, wrapped. Yes. Against his will.
Oh!
I love that light bulb. Boom!
Okay, well, I wasn't sure what you meant by wrapped. I mean, it could have been, I wrapped a present earlier. I just didn't make the connection.
Yeah, so Ron is mad, so he's flipping, he's breaking windows. He broke a window with his hands, and then he broke another one with a bed. And then he's like, I'm gonna fucking kill them. That's what I'm gonna do. So that's what you heard. Him just having a rant. So that's it. Anyways, let's keep on going. He roared, yeah. Harry cut her off before the battle begun. We have to be ready for this fight. McGonagall is sending everyone home for Christmas this year. So there won't be any risk of hurting the student, he said, and everyone turned to him, trying to ignore the bone-chilling breeze that protruded through the holes in the wall. That's who's staying to fight? Pansy asked, still caressing Blaze's cheek. Dean, Seamus, Neville, Luna, and the Order. Everyone who's friends or family with Ron and Blaze, practically, he said, and Draco shivered. What are we going to do with Blaze? The green grasses said they're looking for him personally. Will he have to hide? The blonde asked, and everyone thought for a while. I think so. We can't let them find him, because if they do, they can use the Imperious Curse on him, and we won't be able to stop them from killing Ron after that. Hermione answered. Where, though? The room of requirements? No, Pansy said. I was like, no, they can't do that. Pansy asked, that's probably our best bet. If they ask for Blaze's Zabini, it won't open. Just like it didn't open for Harry every time he asked for you. Hermione motioned to Draco before snickering. A small smirk threatened to appear on the Slytherin's face, but he suppressed it with a little cough. What if they're not able to fight them? Ron piped. What if we're not able to fight them? Ron piped up, and all eyes were on him. If Blaze is hiding in the room of requirement, and we're fighting, the ends with only one tri-breed on our side. Won't that be dangerous? He asked, and Hermione shrugged. It's either we fight with or without Blaze. It's either we fight with or without Blaze. If we fight with him, he might just be an easier target and contribute to the Earth's destruction. If he doesn't, we might not win, risking a lot of innocent lives. Harry murmured, and everyone nodded. I wonder how many people they've got on their side. Pansy wondered aloud, and Ron shook his head. They can't have that many. I killed most of them when Blaze. Besides, they need backup if they're so powerful. Why would they need that much backup? He asked. No one in particular, and Hermione thought for a while. What if they planned on looking for Blaze immediately when they get here. What if Astora and Daphne are not planning to fight? Because if they need backup to keep us occupied while they look for him, why would they need backup? She said, and Draco groaned. We'll just have to wait and see then, he sighed to himself. They all stopped speaking further on the subject, and Blaze's loud snoring filled the tense air. Middle of nowhere. It's finished. I can't believe it worked. We can finally do it. Get them ready. Hurry. We need to see if it works. Hello, sisters. Bitch, do not tell me to bring Boomer back. Then he can kill him twice. Wait a minute. Maybe they can kill him twice. I'm sorry. They probably bring back the guy who hurt Blaze. You know that thing. They probably brought him back to life. Now there's that. They're going to die. Ron's going to beat their asses. But they brought back Cormac. I will kill them myself. Because they hurt my baby Blaze. And while he's arguing, Blaze is sleeping on someone else's lap. Snoring. Mind you. They brought someone back, and I'm going to kill someone. I'm hoping it's Lavender, not Cormac. Because that bitch gotta die no matter what. But if it's Cormac, I'm pissed. You heard a word I'm saying?
I'm listening to you. I just don't know what you want me to say.
I'm just letting you know what's happening.
I didn't care.
Oh.
But I looked over because I saw that you were heated, and I wanted to make sure that you were okay, and it seems like that was my biggest mistake today.
Yeah.
Was to make sure my best friend was okay, because it turned out that I really didn't want to know.
No, you didn't want to know. Nope. Didn't want to know. No, honey. Bye-bye. Okay, I love you. Yes! Ron and Blaze were strolling around the barren corridors of Hogwarts. Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve was a few hours away, and both had somehow managed to figure out how to control their elements in the short space of time they had. Reginald had taught Blaze how to control his inner vampire, and so far most things were going swimmingly. Except for the fact that boys were still too weak to grow into their giant forms. Everything was tense. Everyone awaiting their lay ahead. The next day, the Weasleys, Remus, Sirius, Tonks, Kingsley, more of the Order, and Dumbledore's army had either come back to stay at Hogwarts to fight besides their mates. Blaze gripped Ron's hand a bit tighter than before coming to a halt. How long has it been glowing? He whispered, motioning to Ron's chest. Ron took out his necklace and gazed at it, before staring at the glowing ring on Blaze's middle finger. What if? No, Blaze. I know where this is going. I'm going to be fine. He tried to reassure a terrified Tribrid, but Blaze shook his head. I'm not going to be able to protect you or the others. Ron, your family, and people I haven't even met before yesterday are coming to keep me safe. I can't help but feel bad. He sighed, and Ron sat down with Blaze against the windowsill, illuminating the moonlight into the dark corridor. Blaze lowered his head and pulled Ron closer. "Can I kiss you? We haven't in a while, and it's driving me mental. Driving me crazy." Ron whispered, and Blaze made no effort to stifle his snort, but before leaning his nose against Ron's. "You don't have to ask." He smirked, and Blaze's heart felt lighter than it had been in the past 3 weeks. The kiss was long and soft. Before both boys expressing emotions they couldn't put words to. Their lips moved in sync. Ron chuckled a bit when they heard no beating sound ringing in his ears as they kissed. No, tonight, Blaze's heart was as still as ever, and would remain that way. Blaze's hands found home in Ron's wavy locks. Ron played with the lapels of Harry. What? Lapels of Blaze's dark blue shirt. Labels, not lapel. Ron pulled back and needed air, and fluttered his eyes open. "Gorgeous," he whispered as he stared into Blaze's dark eyes. His eyes were like melted chocolate mixed with subtle hints of caramel and hazel. Sorry, I had a drink. And had a bright glow that Ron couldn't get enough of. Meanwhile, Blaze couldn't look away from Ron's own eyes. The ocean swirled in his irises, reflecting the sky's starry face. The edges of his irises were brighter than the middle, and Blaze wanted to sink. He wanted to drown in Ron's pools of emotion. There was so much unknown but pleasurable air filled the room, and it was like the two of them. It was just the two of them. Blaze couldn't hear the crickets mocking their solitude. He couldn't feel the snow sitting against the windowsill on the other side of the glass. All he could feel was Ron. Blaze's hands lit up, and small fragments of lightning danced around his fingertips. Ron enclosed both of his hands around Ron's, and soon both their hands were engulfed with lightning and fire, a symbol of their energy for each other. "Blaze," he muttered, never taking his gaze off the godlike boy in front of him. "Mm-hmm," Blaze hummed, his lips parting ever so slightly. "I love you." "I love you too." The next day, everyone gathered in the entrance hall, hearts racing for the battle they were about to fight. Neville, Seamus, Dean, the Weasleys, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Kingsley, Luna, Goyle, and Theo all came back from their Christmas vacation to fight. And Ron didn't think he's ever felt so grateful. All right. Is your mom here?
I hope not.
She's gonna hear some weird shit in a minute. She ever hears.
I thought you were gonna say weed.
Honey, we don't have any money for that. And we don't have anyone.
The saddest part.
Yeah. We should make our own plant. But that's
No,
illegal.
because that shit will get... That shit's illegal. Even more illegal than...
Just having it in possession. Sad.
Just like, we should have our own plant, you know? That sounds like a really fucking awful idea.
Because we're going to mess up. Okay, anyways, let's keep on going. All right, we all know why we are here. We are we are here to fight the battle of the second prophecy involving Mr. Weasley and Mr. Zabini. McGonagall addressed everyone. The objective is... No, I'm not sure. I don't even know how this ends. Damn! You remind me of Alaska Thunder 5... No, I can't say her real name. It's Alaska 5000 is what she goes by now, but... Damn! Ends... Okay. Is keep... The objective is to keep...
Sure?
Damn it. Is to keep the ends away from Mr.
What away? I think I'll bring them closer.
You're that dumb guy in the back, aren't you? Mr. Zabini or else we're all as good as dead. Mr. Zabini is a I'm gonna cry. Mr. Weasley is a tribrid.
Mr. Who?
Giving us a great head start, but not... Do you need head over there? What the fuck? But not for long.
Not for short.
Damn. She said gravely, and Blaise squeezed Ron's... Yeah, answer your phone and shush.
I'm gonna do this up until the point where I go upstairs.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I'm doing this as my last act of annoying you for the however long you've been here.
Over a week.
Yeah, this is my last act of annoying you before I go to bed.
Okay.
So you can like start over that entire ass section.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Cause then I know what's gonna happen, and it's not fair to my audience. Now that she's away, we can finally read it. She said gravely, and Blaise squeezed Ron's hand. Professor, I see them at the gate, Reginald shouted, from his post next to the large doors, keeping a lookout. Merlin's beard, I wasn't expecting them to come so early, she said, troubled, and fear settled in everyone's hearts. The golden and Slytherin trio ran together for a group hug. I love you guys, Pansy sniffed, giving everyone a kiss on the cheek, except for Hermione, who got a long, passionate kiss on the lips. We can do this, Hermione said, shaking slightly. The group bid goodbye to Blaise and Ron, and Blaise and Ron pulled him into a corner as everyone hastily got ready. Take it, he murmured, pushing his necklace to Blaise's shaking hand. No, Ron, I couldn't, he muttered, and a tear fell down his cheek. I'll see you when this is over, he said, giving Blaise a passionate kiss. Blaise wrapped his arms around Ron's torso and pulled him closer before they were forced to let go by the sound of McGonagall's voice telling them that the sisters requested audience with Ron. I love you, Ron whispered. Blaise was about to run after him, but Draco held him back. I love you, he shouted just as Ron and the rest of the order sauntered outside. Blaze, you have to hide now, Draco hissed, and Blaze took one last fleeting glance at the door before sprinting to the R&R. I say R&R because it sounds better than ROR. And it's a habit. I apologize. With Draco. When they got there, Draco passed it 3 times and a door opened. They walked inside and Blaze was awed to see it was a room that looked very much like an Auror training center. Draco muttered protection charms around the room before walking back to his best friend, his brother. Draco, Blaze whispered, "Be safe, please. I don't know what I'd do without you and Pansy." He sighed hastily, wiping a tear away, and Draco's own eyes fell down his pale face. Own tears fell down his pale face. Brig, we love you, Blaze, he muttered, before pulling him into a hug. The room quaked dangerously, and they pulled apart. Blaze clutched on Ron's necklace like he had never clutched anything before. It started. One Bite. Part 1. Ron triumphed. I forgot how to say that word. Fun. Forward in the snow, squinting as the eyes of the Greengrass sisters. "Who's that there with?" Pansy asked. And everyone gasped at the gates of Hogwarts melted, and the opposing army took a step within the school. True to Daphne's words, they had come with so many vampires that the number was equivalent to the number of Death Eaters during the First War. It looked like, oh my gosh. Hermione gasped. Standing there in the ancient gate, where the ancient gates used to stood, was Cormac. And Lavender Brown. Gosh darn it! I just wanted one of them to. I want them to be ripped to shreds, like literally with a dull knife, being ripped apart by limb, awake for all of it too. Sorry, I don't like them, as you can tell. And Ron tried to lunge at McLuggan, but Draco held him back. They reached the quartet. Quartet? Are they going to sing? Oh my gosh, it could be a dance battle. If you know that TikTok, I'll show it in the end too. During the First War, it looks like, we don't care. And everybody stared at each other. "Hi, Wan. Oh, fuck's sake. I did not miss that." Lavender giggled, and Ron scoffed, baring his fangs. We're giving you 2 options. 1, you hand over Zabini, and we'll leave peacefully. 2, we retaliate, Daphne said, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. "There's no way in hell," Harry shouted, and the 4 of them smirked. "Wait, how are those 2 alive?" Hermione asked, lifting her hand in hope they'd answer. "Oh, Granger, you always were so naive," Cormac smirked, before lunging at Ron. Tonks flickered her wand, and Cormac was blasted away with a strong flurry of magic. He stood up and wiped his bleeding nose. The war had begun. The Order and the army were firing spells in each other in every direction at the vampires. And Ron was throwing fire at all the red eyes he could see. Vampire jumped on him, and pulling him to the ground, he punched him off with a flaming hand. Astora walked up to Ron and started circling him like a predator and its prey. "You're not going to win, Weasley," she shouted, and Ron sneered before they lunged at each other. True to the legend, Astora was much stronger than Ron. She picked him up and slammed him against the back of the ground repeatedly before Ron grabbed her neck and flipped her over him. He shot fire at her, but she dodged twice as fast as a normal vampire would, and in no time at all emerged behind Ron and kicked him into the snow. "Weak," she scoffed, before striding away, giving Ron one last painful blow to the back of the head. Ron's vision was blurry as he looked around. He vaguely saw Pansy getting hit by a spell, crimson tainting the white snow. He tried to get up, but failed miserably. Then he saw Harry being hit in the head and a loud scream of pain emanating from Draco. And Reginald tried to run to him, but got tackled by Lavender in the process. Hermione was standing with Tonks and Kingsley and McGonagall, firing spells towards the vampires, and who deflected them easily. Ramsay bared his fangs and lunged at a vampire, his grayish stripe of colored fur contrasting with the blood. He watched as Padfoot was thrown a few feet into the air before plummeting to the back to the ground. His family were huddled in a corner, similar to Hermione, Tonks, McGonagall, and Kingsley. Dean, Seamus, and Neville had all gone up to the tower and were throwing poisonous potions at the vampires in hopes to weaken them. Luna was unconscious on the floor, and Ginny was trying to wake her up. The remaining teachers and students were attacking vampires from the front of the entrance hall, making sure none of them made it into the castle. Then Ron thought of Blaise. He had to get up. For him, he plunged one hand into the ground, then made a single picture of Blaise smiling his toothy smirk. Both of his dimples present and prominent in his face. That's all Ron needed. Then he thought again as he stood up, looking around again. They were losing. Half of his side were down. They needed to think fast. As if Hermione read his mind, she made a face that only she could make, and Ron knew she had an idea. So he ran as fast as he could and grabbed Harry, Draco, while Hermione grabbed Pansy. The five of them ran into the entrance hall and down to the basement, making sure no vampires were trailing them. "I have an idea," Hermione panted, doubled over to breathe. Pansy wiped blood off her cheek. "But it's completely mental," she added in even more exasperated tone. "What is it? Because you'll need to tell us quickly. Lavender and Cormac and Greengrass are probably looking for Blaise right now," Draco urged, and Hermione huffed. "What if we get to him first?" she said, and they all looked at her weirdly. "Hear me out, okay?" she said, and they all nodded. What if we get Blaise to bite us?" "Oh shit, never thought of that," she suggested, and they all looked at her incredulously. "Hermione, if he doesn't, then the world is as good as gone. We're not going to be able to defeat them. There's too many of them. People will die, she cried. Wait, so you're saying that if we all become tri-breeds, we might be able to win? She finished Harry's sentence, and they all simultaneously took a deep breath. Hermione, what if... I'm sure of it, she said, urged, and Ron nodded. Let's go then. I can smell it. The 4 of them are already in the castle, looking. Ron said, and the 5 of them sprinted to the ROR. Blaise was pacing in the room. His stomach was churning so rapidly he thought he was going to be sick. Just then the door to the room slowly appeared, and he hid behind a bookshelf, clutching where his unbeating heart lay. Blaise, it's us, he heard Pansy's voice. Whisper, and he sighed in relief, coming out of hiding. He took one look at his friends and embraced them in a big group hug. What are you doing here? He hissed. Please don't freak out, Blaise. Harry pleaded, and Blaise furrowed his eyebrows before widening his eyes. Is someone dead? He heaved, and they all shook their heads quickly. No one's dead, Blaise. We just need a favor, otherwise everyone will die, Draco said, and Blaise pursed his lips. What do you mean? He quivered, and Hermione took a deep breath before answering. We need you to bite us, she said, and Blaise took a while to register her sentence. When he did, his eyes rolled back dangerously into his head, and Draco caught him before he could faint. You want me to do what? He hissed angrily, and Hermione winced. You need to bite us, Blaise, she said, and Blaise shook his head. No. I will not, he mumbled, but seemed unable to finish his sentence. Pansy rolled her eyes, gripped her best friend by the shoulders, and shook him angrily. Blaise, Bellinor, Zabini, people will die. They're dying as we speak. People that I love, that you love, that bloody Dumbledore loves. Please, Bly, she pleaded, her tears threatening to leak out of her corners of her eyes, of her hazel ones. Blaise stared terrified at her before looking at Ron. He smiled a small smile, nodding. Blaise took a deep breath, pulled Pansy into a hug before whispering a quiet voice. One each, just one. One bite. Interesting, yeah. I find it very interesting. I need help. I need mental help too. Okay, anyways. One bite, part 2. Blaise gulped. One bite? Just one each? He elongated his fangs and nodded. Who's first? He asked, trying not to think too hard about the fact that he could kill all of them. I'll go, Draco said immediately, stepping up to Blaise. Blaise stared at his best friend's moonstone-colored eyes. Draco nodded, giving Blaise the most reassuring smile he could muster, before Blaise plunged forward and sunk his teeth into Draco's mouth. That don't make sense. Sorry, I messed up. Not them. I messed up. Into Draco's neck. I thought of mouth when he said teeth. I apologize. Draco stumbled and winced when he felt the raw tribrid venom being injected into his system. Harry pulled Blaise back before he could do anything any more. Blaise wiped his mouth of blood and shocked that what he had done. Everyone stared at Draco, praying that Merlin that this would work. They all flinched when Draco gasped loudly, the once icy blue eyes turning red, fangs protruding from through his gums, his hair growing until it was hanging past his shoulders, much like his father's. Ron listened hard. There was one less heartbeat in the room. Everyone gasped and ducked when Ron trembled before ice flew from his body in every direction, and the frozen shuriken. Excuse me, yawned. Okay, cool beans. Draco, your element is ice. Pansy excitedly. Draco chuckled, laughing and grinning, showing if his white canines were there. I'll go next. Harry heaved, and Draco Blaze sunk his teeth into Harry's neck, Pansy pulling him off after a while. Harry did the same. Same thing that Draco did. He gasped in his emerald turning crimson, his hair growing a few inches, his canines elongating. But instead of ice erupting from his being like Draco, the ground trembled. Several pieces of the ground elevated, unbalancing everyone. Earth! Harry, you got Earth! Hermione said, and Harry grinned, nodding gratefully at Blaze, who nodded back. Pansy was next, her hazel eyes turning red. Her fangs came out, her hair grew alarmingly long, reaching her bum. The bum. And a tear of relief fell down her cheek. When the tear hit the floor, it grew and wrapped around Pansy without touching her. Water! Blaze gulped as he bit down on Hermione's neck for the last time. Hermione's hair grew, her fangs came out. Her dark brown hair and eyes took a crimson hue. She trembled, and a large gust of wind flew around her, knocking everyone off their feet. I feel like I'm the Avatar, she said, happily. Where's my... Oh, there it is. My computer came on it. My mouse started to move. It's by my legs, that's why. She said happily, playing with the gust of wind, and everyone looked at her weirdly. It's a muggle thing. Well done, Blaze, she squealed, wrapping her arms around the taller boy's neck, making him stumble from her newfound strength. Oh, Blazy! Oh, shoot, you didn't close the door, did you? Said a voice. They all snapped their heads to the door. They're coming, Pansy hissed, and they all thought for a while. All right. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I have an idea about it, but it's risky, and it's completely abandoning the plan we had of keeping me here, he said hastily. I say we all try growing out of here. It's the quickest way of getting outside, still outrunning the ends, he said, and Ron shook his head. Blaze, you realize you're the only one who's ever grown. I was turned only 2 weeks ago, and Pansy, Harry, Hermione, and Draco were turned a few seconds ago, he hissed, and Blaze nodded aside. I know, but we don't have enough time. We're going to they're going to outrun us. We run like this. Having bigger limbs would help. He stared at Ron desperately. Like Pansy said, people are dying. He finished, and Ron ran a hand through his crimson hair. All right, okay. How do we do that? Do it then. He sighed, and everyone turned to Blaze. Blaze thought for a while before nodding to himself. Imagine yourself growing in your head. Concentrate. It should come naturally. If not, think of something that pisses you off. He advised, and everyone closed their eyes. Blaze was first. Bright lightning pivoted around him. As he thought of Lavender, he gradually started growing. Pansy was second. Water pivoted around her as she thought of her old self bullying Hermione. Harry and Hermione did it at the same time. Harry, thinking of the petrified glint in Draco's eyes that night in the astronomy tower 2 years ago. And Hermione thought of all the time she was brought down for being the smart girl, too smart for a girl. And every time she was told to sit there and look pretty. Draco and Hermione grew last. Draco, thinking about the amount of hatred he had for the Golden Trio over the last few years, whilst Ron thought of what McLuggin could have done to Blaze while in captivity, his mind flashing dangerously to when Blaze died. The 6 of them were soon all 25 feet tall, their elements pivoting around them like force fields. Just then, a large ball of magic broke down the wall of the room of requirements. The quartet grinned up at them before their eyes widened. Before anyone could do anything, however, Cormac pointed his wand and shouted, "Imperio!" Draco shouted a spell at Cormac. Before he could finish reciting the unforgivable curse, he was on the ground, frozen. "Run!" Pansy screamed, and all 6 of them made a run for it. Lavender, Astora, and Daphne tailing them. Blaze was right. Being giants and vampires at the same time had greatly enhanced their speed, and the ends were struggling to keep up. They ran out the entrance, and all the vampires, the order of the army, started to awe in their appearance. Pansy took the first go at her powers. She waved her hand in the air as in twirling a transparent ribbon. She flung her arm down, and all the vampires attacked. She flung her arms down, and all the vampires attacking. I said Ramsey. I'm so sorry. Remus and Sirius were either drowned or weakened at the power of the water. The fighting went on. Draco pierced through several vampires whilst Harry crushed them. Pansy drowned them, and wait, what was Draco's power again? There was water, fire, earth, air. What was him? What was Draco? I wanted to know. Draco, where are you? Ice. That's right. Ice. Okay. I forgot. I was just like, wait, piercing. What? I had to confirm. I was just wondering what the heck he was doing. Lavender, Astora, Daphne, blah, blah, blah. And Hermione suffocated them. Ron burned them, and Blaise electrocuted them to their death. They were winning. Seamus, Dean, Neville, and Ginny were fighting off the weaker of the vampires, with the skills they learned while Dumbledore's army took place. The Order fought them off too, but the quartet was nowhere to be found. Ron grabbed a vampire and pulled him to his height with a flaming hand before letting go them fall to the ground, unbreathing and squished. He looked up and caught a glimpse of something in McGonagall's office, but shrugged it off. Then he saw him. Cormac was in the astronomy tower, twirling Godric's Gryffindor's sword in his hand. Ron was furious. He looked at Hermione and nodded, shrinking down his normal size as the giantess grabbed a gust of wind and hurried him to the tower. McLuggan, Ron sneered once he centered himself. Hello, Weasley. Happy to see me? He jeered, and Ron spat. Ready to die? He taunted, and Ron only chuckled. No, Cormac will be the one to die today. And Ron was going to make sure it was as slow and painful as possible. Yes, like I said, do it that way. He wanted to watch the life seep out of his eyes. That's what I told you. He wanted to be the one to instill an everlasting fear in Cormac's heart. He wanted to see the absolute terror in the red irises. Draco landed by his side and normal-sized with a blade of ice in his hand, and the two boys smirked at each other before glaring back at Cormac, who looked amused. They started fighting. Cormac swung the sword towards Draco's head. Draco dodged. Ron swept fire towards Cormac's middle. He dodged. Draco pierced Cormac's shoulder, vampire blood oozing out of the deep wound. Ron kicked Cormac's face, and Cormac let go of the Gryffindor sword. Ron found out the position of the positions Dean, Neville, and Seamus that had been throwing at the vampires, and he shoved it into Cormac's mouth. The boy shook and trembled, withering on the ground. He screamed in pain, and Draco and Ron watched in satisfaction. Then, being joined by Blaise, who Ron kissed immediately. But then, Blaise, watch out for the... That'd be such a dick move if I just ended it there. I would be so pissed at myself if I did that to you. Because I'm just like you. I'm reading this, and if you don't find out the ending, I don't find out the ending. You know what I mean? One bite finale. Broken heart. Blaise watched Blaise, watch out for the silence. It's all Blaise could hear. The piercing sound rang in his ears, and he stumbled back, stunned and distraught. Ron was standing straight, the sword of Gryffindor poking out of his chest, with his unbeating heart lay. He looked at the blade before looking up at Blaze. I love you. Ron dropped to his knees and ran to the floor, blood dripping around him. Everyone was ringing. White spots protruded Blaze's eyesight, and he blinked. He staring at the limp form of Ronald Billis Weasley. Something snapped. Astora grinned at him. Blaze fell, and the moment his knees came into contact of the metal of the astronomy tower, he screamed. The whole world stopped. Everyone was frozen in place by some type of magnet field. The trees stopped bustling. Everyone stopped fighting. All the vampires dropped dead. The birds stopped chirping. The frost that coated the whomping willow stood the stillest anyone would have seen it. Draco tried to move but he couldn't. There was a bright light coming from Blaze, and he looked like he hadn't even seen it happen before. Lightning spread everywhere. Unmoving, it cracked and shone brightly, and so bright it was painful to look at. As it slowly wrapped around the castle, Blaze turned white and seemed to be the only one able to move. He stood up. Astora tried to flinch away, but the magic was holding her in place. As Blaze crouched down to her height, Astora wanted to scream. Every part of Blaze's eyes were white, just like when his eyes would turn black out of fear. His veins had took on the same eerie white glow and were pulsating dangerously. Everyone could only watch as Blaze lifted his hand and rested it upon Astora's cheek, and she turned to dust with one last deafening scream. He moved gracefully over to Cormac. Still in his trance, Cormac was frozen. On the ground, he crouched down and stared into his eyes. Cormac's eyes widened at the sight of Blaze. Before he could turn to dust as well, the sound of Daphne struggling to break free to the frozen electricity bonds reverberated through the tower, and it just like Cormac and Astora. One look into Blaze's eyes, and had her silent and obliterated. Blaze stood. Blaze's side glanced lavender. The same thing happened. The dust blowing away in the flurry of wind that no one could feel. They were dead. Blaze gracefully walked back to Ron, unmoving on the ground. He looked down into Ron's open red eyes, and his eyes went back to normal. The giant cobwebs of lightning disintegrated, and everyone fell to the ground, the invincible bonds broken. Blaze stared down at Ron. His eyes widened and looked around rapidly before screaming again, punching his fist into the ground, making a dent where it had impacted. No! Ron, I don't know what the fuck that was, but no! Ron was dead. I kind of getting into the story, so I don't know why my the no was stuck in my throat. Wow. Okay. His pale corpse lay limp on the ground, and Blaze grabbed his hand. No, come back. Ron, please come back. Ron, come back, he screamed, shaking Ron's hand. By now, all 6 of them were in the astronomy tower, watching Blaze. Come back to me, please! Blaise cried, his usual deep, steady voice cracking to every pitch. Everything ached. He was trembling so much it was hard to let Ron's hand fall limp from his own. Blaise's throat was on fire. He couldn't make sense of anything. He cried over Ron's body, still clutching his hand, and his necklace was tight as his trembling body would muster. His knuckles paling with every second. Everything hurt. Draco watched the scream play out, tears falling down his pointy, sleek face. Harry's mouth was open and he was staring at Ron with pure terror. Hermione was on her knees, crying on Pansy's shoulder. Pansy had chosen to avoid looking at the body of her new friend, fearing that she wouldn't be able to look away. Blaise stared into Ron's eyes. Again, tears stinging painfully at his own. They were open and lifeless. Blaise's mouth hung ajar and shaking. "Ron," he whispered, and his voice cracked a few octaves higher. Just then, the rest of the Order and the army climbed the stairs in the tower, and Mrs. Weasley let out a loud, ear-piercing shriek at the sight of her son, turning around to cry on her husband's shoulder. Ginny and Neville fainted. Luna had woken up, caught Ginny and Dean and Seamus. Seamus caught Neville. George looked purely terrified and buried his face into the only available neck, being Reginald's. Bill and Charlie were similar to Pansy and Hermione, refusing to look. McGonagall took out her wizard hat and held it tightly to her chest, out of respect, kind of thing. Kingsley bringing her into her chest. The teachers copied McGonagall's actions, lowering their heads. Blaise looked into Ron's eyes one more time before Luna closed them. He ran, leaned over the railings of the tower, and threw up, wiping his mouth with a bloody sleeve, looking down at Ron. Dead. Hermione is smart. Period. 2 weeks later. Hermione's POV. 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since the war. We're supposed to go back to school soon, but for once, I couldn't give a fuck about what the ministry or the school wanted. I just know there's a way to bring him back. I just have to find it, because without Ron, everything looks dull. Harry hasn't stopped crying. Draco looks broken. Pansy wouldn't talk to anyone. And Blaise, he's so sick. I don't even think he could walk if he tried. I've never seen such a happy, smiley person that I had found Blaise to be so dejected. He and Harry have been having nightmares every night. Pansy on some nights, and I just have to do this because I know for a fact that we can't live like this. I'm scared for my friends, for my family. Then it hit me. Of course! I shouted into the air. The first smile that graced my face in weeks appeared. Astoria and Daphne somehow managed to bring back Cormac and Lavender back to life. I remember asking them how they didn't answer me. Maybe if I were to go to the coven, it's probably deserted because Blaze killed all the remaining members 2 weeks ago. I could go look, but I'd need someone to take me. Blaze isn't up to the task. Ron is dead, so who to... Just then, Reginald walked into the Gryffindor common room with medicine for Blaze. Blaze had refused to go to the hospital wing, so he sleeps in Ron's bed. That stabs, like... This is something I would do, but I wouldn't... I would sleep in that bed, too, but I don't know if I would fully just not, like, leave my bed. I wouldn't leave the room. I would still get up and do stuff, but I don't know if I would leave my room. Reginald? I asked, and he whipped towards me, his hair shining against the sun. Can I ask you once you're done with Blaze? Can I talk to you? Oh, I asked, and he raised an eyebrow before nodding. He came back 5 minutes later, and we sat down on the crimson couches. All right, I know I might sound crazy, but can you please hear me out? I asked, and he nodded okay. I need you to take me to the Blood Coven headquarters, I said, and his eyes widened. I know, I'm sorry, the place brings back bad memories for you. It's just, they found out a way to resurrect Brown and McLuggan. So whatever is in there might be able to resurrect Ron. I told him, and he looked down and pursed his lips before nodding. All right, I'll take you. Does anybody else know about this? He asked, and I shook my head. Just us. When do we go? He nodded, and I glanced up at the clock wall. It was 6 p.m. How about now? We'll probably be back before dawn, but that time doesn't really concern us, since, we're vampires. I said. In all honesty, I had totally forgotten that I was now a vampire, giant slash elementalist. It had completely slipped my mind. He nodded and got up from the couch. He summoned a traveling? Whatever, and I picked up my coat and put it on. Ready? He asked, and I nodded. Somehow, McGonagall agreed to let us go. We were soon zipping through the forest at lightning speed, trying to ignore the weather. On the contrary, ever since Ron died, the weather has been getting worse. I fear it's because of Blaze. After ages of running, a large building came into view. We stopped under the shade of the trees and looked up at the building. It looked like an old, broken-down factory. Reginald grabbed my hand, and we walked through the front door. The interior changed. It became a fancy hall lined with red, ornate, overhanging and pictures of vampires for the ages. On one wall, I could see a picture of Greengrass, McLuggan, and Brown, in what looked like a family photo, and I grimaced. Then I saw a giant photo of a kind-looking man with red hair and blue eyes, a big grin on his face. His hand was on the shoulder of a young boy with long white hair. Is that you? I asked, and he nodded, smiling fondly at the photo. Where do we look first? He heaved, and I looked around. Is there a room they did experiments in? I looked, and he nodded, adjusting his collar. If I'm correct, it's the room they kept Blaze locked in. It's protective enchantments have worn off due to the deaths of its casters, so it shouldn't be too hard to get in, he said, and I nodded thoughtfully. Reginald led me down a flight of stairs, and I could see the air growing thinner. How far down are we going? So what's happening with you and George? I said, out of the blue, and he tripped, fell down the flight of stairs, and toppled into the landing, which evidently led to another flight of stairs. We're friends, he said indignantly, and I nodded. But you like him, I added, and he nodded with a sigh. It's just, Ron's gone, and he's already lost his one brother. I don't want to burden him. And besides, I'm 417. How would he want a sugar daddy? Reginald tripped and fell again before getting up so quick. I wasn't even sure he had fallen. His face was on fire. You are very interesting to talk to, he chuckled before blushing further. Brushing a strand of hair behind his ear as we continued descending the stairs. I smirked to myself. This would be the perfect way to distract Pansy from Ron's death, and maybe to get her to smile again. We finally made it to the bottom of the stairs, and in front of us stood a large metal door. I took out my wand and shouted "Reducto." The metal door creaked loudly before falling in a heap of dust. Ladies first. Reginald smiled, and I walked in, him at my heels. The door was dark. The room was dark. In the corner there was a chair lying on the floor, and attached to the wall were bounds of all sorts. That's probably where Blaze was held. I looked around some more before taking out my wand and muttering a spell. The room became even darker, and the two things in the room started glowing. The spell I casted was the detected power from magic objects or signatures. Wait, are they serial killers? Do they have a signature? Dang. Against the wall was a cabinet. I opened it and was shocked to find 4 glowing wands laying inside. Reginald walked over to the other glowing thing that happened to be inside a safe. He opened it and with ease and stared at the object inside. What's the matter? Did you find it? I asked excitedly, and he slowly turned around, something small and glowing in his hand. My eyes widened. Is that? Yeah. What will it be? Wahahaha. Fuck off, okay? I don't want to play that Stu Bupple game. Meanwhile, Harry walked into the Gryffindor boys' dormitory and sat down on his bed, staring at Ron's bed. He sighed. Ron has always been there for him. His best and his first ever friend. Gone. A lone tear slipped down his cheek, and he made no move to swipe it away, and jumped a little when a figure in Ron's bed moved. Blaze, you should go to sleep, Harry murmured, and Blaze turned around in the bed to face him. Like Harry, Blaise had bags under his eyes and looked very pale. Nightmares, Harry thought. I can relate. Here, Blaise croaked, stretching out a shaky hand. Harry stared at his enclosed fist before furrowing his eyebrows. Blaise opened his fist, and Harry's lip quivered. Ron gave it to you, Blaise. I couldn't take it, he said, and Blaise smiled sadly. You knew him way longer than I did. You deserve it. More than I. I'm sure he'd want you to have it, Blaise said softly, putting the necklace into Harry's hand. Harry stared at it before putting it on, smiling at Blaise. Blaise gave a small nod before slouching back into the pillow. Harry twiddled the necklace in his hands as he thought of Ron. All the memories they had together, and for the first time in 2 weeks, he smiled. Hermione and Reginald made quick work of coming back to the school. They got to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione immediately grabbed Pansy and Draco and took them to the boys' dormitory, Reginald in tow. I might know how to revive Ron, she said, banging the door open. Draco and Pansy walked further into the room, whereas Hermione stayed on the threshold. Hermione, he's gone. There's no way to bring him back, Pansy said, and Hermione shook her head. I just need to do some research. If you'll just help me, we could bring him back. She said ecstatically. He's gone, Hermione. Give up. Harry grunted from his bed, and Hermione furrowed her eyebrows. Harry, I know you're in pain, but if you'd please just listen to what I have to say. I said he's gone, dead, never coming back. Harry screamed, throwing a nearby lamp across the room. Please stop shouting, said a croaky voice from the pile of blankets, and Hermione lowered her eyes. Sorry, Blaise. You know what, Harry? It's fine. I'm not giving up, though. You might have, but I haven't, Hermione said indignantly, and grabbed Reginald's arm and pulled him towards the library, tears welling in her eyes. Draco followed the pair and gave Hermione a small hug, which she received gratefully. I want to help, he said, and she looked at him, teary-eyed. Thank you, Draco. You too, Reginald, she sniffed, and Reginald put a hand on her shoulder for comfort. They walked into the library, all sat down at the table. So where did you guys go? Draco asked, and Hermione seemed to perk up at the question. Well, Reginald and I went to the Blood Coven HQ. Somehow, the Greengrasses managed to bring McLuggan and Brown back. So I figured that whatever they used to revive those two might be able to revive Ron as well. She started, and Draco listened intently. Basically, we found what they had used, Hermione said, taking out a small glowing pouch from her pocket. She opened it. Draco gasped. The Resurrection Stone? He asked, and Hermione and Reginald nodded. But how? The stone couldn't really bring people back, Draco said, furrowing his eyebrows in confusion. It used to. But the Ents charmed it with seriously dark magic, making it able to really bring people back. We would reuse it on Ron right away, but here's the thing. The stone only has 3 uses every century. Harry used it once in the Forbidden Forest during the First War. Astora used it on Lavender. I'm guessing I'm guessing. And Daphne used it on Cormac, so it doesn't have any magic left, she said begrudgingly. Sorry. But can't we change it with something? Like something that has the same magical signature? Hermione said, and Reginald asked simultaneously. Draco nodded. That's exactly what we thought. That's why we're here. There has to be a spell or old relic that has the same magical signature as the stone. It's the only way, Reginald explained, and Draco nodded thoughtfully. Let's get looking then. And with that, the three of them set to work. They have a YouTube channel. Hey guys, I just wanted you guys to know I made a YouTube channel. It's all the Harry Potter Gacha life. It has Drarry, Pansminey, doesn't get enough love, so that's what they do. What is my username is CabbageQ. UWU, I'm guessing what it was. And cringy, but that's how we do it. Okay, that's cool. The Jewels 3. What? Okay. Hermione, Draco, and Reginald worked day and night for a week, trying to find out as much as they could, but to no avail, until Draco had a little accident. Draco, can you please get the quill over there? Hermione asked from her position sitting on a desk. A large book in hand with notes scattered all around her. Draco nodded. He jogged towards the quill sitting on Madame Pince's desk in the library and tripped on a book, landing with a loud thud. Shit. Are you all right? Reginald asked, trying to hold back a chuckle, and Draco stood up, rubbing his back. Yeah, I'm fine. He had spotted just spotted the book he had tripped on and picked it up. It was ancient with weird symbols everywhere and seemed to radiate magic. That's it, Hermione asked, finally looked up from the book she was reading. Draco walked over to the two of them and sat down. I don't know, but this book is powerful. Maybe one of us took it accidentally and while we were scooping the restricted section, she suggested, before opening the book cautiously. He paged through it before Reginald gasped and stopped him from paging any further. The Jewels 3, 1495. He read, and Hermione and Draco stared at him. Reg, that's not important, Hermione said sternly, and Reginald shook his head. No, look. He pointed to the picture, and the picture below a large paragraph of writing. They spell below with 2 L's, so I thought bellow. Whatever. There were 3 old pictures in the page. The first was a photo of the resurrection stone being held by someone unknown. The second page had a familiar man with long hair wearing fancy clothing. The third picture bore a woman with a menacing gaze. That's Senegis Thornhold. I can't remember his name, how I said it. Sorry. Hermione and Draco gasped. The guy in the second picture! Hermione screamed, and Reginald nodded. Yes, but look what he's wearing. He pointed out. Draco and Hermione squinted their eyes. Ron's necklace. Draco whispered, and they immediately snapped their eyes to the second picture, as they suspected the woman in the picture was wearing a ring. Blaze's ring. Wait, but the resurrection stone is part of the Deathly Hallows. Why can't it be part of the Jewels 3 as well? Draco asked, and the other two shrugged. I guess we'll have to read the story then, Hermione sighed, and she began reading. Long ago, there was a European merchant traveling around the world in hopes to find compatible trading partners. As he was traveling into India, a frightened-looking man ran up to him, bearing a ruby necklace. The man begged the merchant to take it for free, and after some deliberation, the merchant left India with a necklace around his neck. A few months later, the merchant was scouring Egypt for his long-lost love. When he came across a pyramid, the merchant ventured inside, and upon one of the many ancient pharaoh's tombs lay a stone. The stone was beautiful and looked expensive, so he stole it, barely making it out alive when the pyramid collapsed. Leaving with the stone in his pouch, he traveled back home to France. On the way, he met a poor, beautiful woman living on the side of the road in a small town. The merchant found this as a good opportunity to approach her. He offered her a large sum of money, enough for her and the child she bore, but only if she gave him something in return. The woman reached into her tattered pocket and pulled out a silver ring, the most beautiful ring the man had ever seen. After some talking, the man agreed to take the ring and help the woman get back on her feet. He helped her buy a house and was there when she gave birth. The pair got married and had a son. As a fortune of good measure, the merchant gave the stone he found in the pyramid to his son as a gift. They and before he started traveling the world again, leaving his son and his wife with the relic. He came back to France and from his great adventures went to a gala. At this gala, he met a beautiful woman, beautiful but greedy. The woman had noticed him with the ring and asked to pay top galleon for it. The merchant sold it to her and decided to go to London to visit a dear friend of his. Alas, while in London, he caught a deadly disease. On the brink of death, gave the necklace he had obtained by the Indian man to his dear friend Thornhold. Little did he know that the 3 items he had gained in his lifetime were all magically connected, sharing the same creator. The creator of the Jewels 3 was said to be dead. The jewels scattered before the authorities could confiscate the magical items. The creator's identity unknown. To this day, no one knows what happened to the jewels. Rumor has it that the merchant's son died in the river trying to cross the Bringles bank. Death was too quick for him, and the stone sank to the bottom of the river. Blair Zabini, the woman whom the merchant sold the ring to, went missing, and Thornhold, the dear friend of the merchant, died trying to save his adopted son, Reginald Young. Wow. That's gonna be like a... what the fuck? Bite of eternal life. Wait, you didn't know that? Wait. This is Bite of Eternal Life. Wait. Thornhold adopted you? Draco screamed, highly confused. If he did, he never told me, Reginald retaliated, and Hermione gasped in realization. That's what he was saving you from. It says in the story that he died trying to save you. He was probably trying to save you from the Greengrasses, McLuggan, and Brown. So he adopted you without telling anyone so they wouldn't kill you as well. She said, and Draco and Reginald thought for a while before nodding. Well, so that woman is Blaze's great-great-great-great-great-grandmother? Draco asked, narrowing his eyes at the menacing woman wearing the ring. I guess so. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have had the dog down here. Okay. I have an itchy nose now. I guess so, Hermione replied, and the same expression on her face. Then that means this guy with the stone is the merchant's son. Hermione added. She skimmed over the story one more time before coming to a shocking realization. Oh my gosh, you guys, she screamed, and Reginald and Draco both jumped. Yeah? The story says the merchant's son died in a river. Dropped the stone. In the Deathly Hallows, the three brothers used magic to cross a river, so death rewarded them for finding a way. One of the brothers asked for the power to bring back people from the dead and took a stone from the river without knowing that it already had magical qualities, because it was the same stone the merchant's son had dropped when he died, she said, and both boys' eyes widened. And that's not all. It doesn't say that here that the ring and the necklace's magical properties were ever used. That means there are still magical properties, meaning those two items might be able to restore the resurrection stone, as in the necklace and the ring. With the stone, we'll be able to bring Ron back, she screamed as tears pooled in the corners of her eyes. Hermione jumped and hugged both boys ecstatically. How, though? Draco asked sadly, running a hand through his platinum locks. I believe, if I am correct, I just put all three items on him, and the magic would unite and his soul and resurrect him. Hermione answered hastily. Okay. We need to do this. Reginald and I will go prepare Ron in the Great Hall. I'm sure McGonagall won't mind. Draco, you get the necklace and the ring from Blaise. Hermione ordered, and all three of them ran in different directions. My hand is getting tremors or something. I'm getting excited. We need to do that. Yeah. Hermione ordered, and all three of them ran in different directions. Draco ran up to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory and stood outside the door and to calm his breathing. Once he had centered himself, he opened the door and carefully sat at the foot of Ron's bed. Blaise, you awake? He whispered, and the door and the bed creaked. I know this is a lot to ask, but can we borrow the ring and the necklace? He whispered. Suddenly, Blaze shot up, his eyes wide. He relaxed a bit before whispering a croaky, "Why?" We might be able to bring him back, Blaze. Hermione wasn't lying. This might actually work. He smiled at his friend, who licked his lips thoughtfully, staring at the ring on his finger. I gave the necklace to Harry, he said, slipping the ring off and handing it to Draco. Thank you. Draco grinned before getting up from the bed, placing a light kiss on Blaze's forehead, and running out to find Harry. Author's note. No, this is not a Blanco. I just feel like they have this type of touchy-feely relationship. Yeah. It's just that type of friendship. I've seen that before. Harry was sitting in the courtyard, the melted snow sitting in puddles around him, the rays of sun illuminating his face as he stared at the moving clouds. Beautiful. Draco sighed. Ugh, famous Harry Potter. Can't even be sad without looking gorgeous. Draco spat, taking a seat next to Harry, who laughed weakly. You found it, didn't you? A way to bring him back. The raven-haired boy whispered, and Draco lay his head on his shoulder. Yes, we did. But it's going to be impossible without the necklace. Draco whispered back, and Harry nodded. You don't have to ask. I was out of line with Hermione. I should have listened. Then maybe, with one more person looking, we could have figured out days ago. He chuckled, and Draco smiled softly. Let's go then, Harry then said, jumping up momentarily, knocking Draco's head off his shoulders. Sorry, he winced, and Draco shook his head vigorously. The blonde grabbing his boyfriend's hand, and together they ran to the Great Hall. They were surprised to see Ron levitating at stomach level, eyes closed and skin pale. Dang, that scared me. I was talking about a dead person and all of a sudden, Pansy was focusing on keeping him while Hermione bounced on the edge of her toes, waiting for Draco, and was quite surprised when Harry showed up as well. Harry showed up at, Hermione, listen, I know you didn't mean it, Harry. It's all right, Draco. All right, Draco. The items? He asked, and Draco took the ring firm from his pocket. Yeah, they spelled firm. From his pocket and gave it to her. McGonagall, Remus, Sirius were standing not too far away, waiting in anticipation after Hermione and Reginald. Okay. After Hermione and Reginald had bombarded them with the information they had found, Harry gave Hermione Ron's necklace, and soon both pieces of the jewelry were on Ron. Reginald took the resurrection stone from inside Hermione's pouch, and as they put it on Ron, the necklace and the ring glowed. What shocked everybody was the most was when the stone turned to dust the moment it came in contact with the ginger. The dust flew around Ron, but before it flew into the necklace, and the jewelry glowed brightly. It's a magical locket, Pansy breathed. They all waited. Nothing happened. They waited some more. Nothing happened. Hermione burst into tears and fell to the ground. I thought it would work. I'm so sorry, Harry. She cried, and Pansy kissed her cheek gently. At the moment, everybody had lost hope. Ron was not coming back. Oh my gosh! Draco gasped loudly, his eyes wide. What? Harry questioned, but before he got an answer, Draco was already halfway towards the Gryffindor common room. He came back a few minutes later with his arm around Blaise, who looked dazed and confused. Draco, Blaise isn't well. He needs to be in bed, Pansy hissed, but Draco seemed to ignore the warning. Just listen, he said frantically, and everybody listened to Draco. Blaise needs to bite him. What? he said, and Hermione shook her head. That's not going to work, Draco, she muttered, but Draco shook his head. It will, though. Blaise has bitten all of us. Ron's bitten him. Think of all the life he was flowing through his venom now. I bet 1,000 galleons that all the love that Blaise's venom will be the final step into real igniting the jewels. Like a bite of eternal love. Just like how Lily Potter saved Harry with her love. But I'm sure the jewels will bring him back, ignited by the power of his mate's love. He said desperately, I agree with Malfoy. It only makes sense if it works for Harry. Sirius added, and everyone started to stared at the pair. Do it, Mr. Zabini. McGonagall smiled, nodding. Blaise took a deep breath, and Draco helped him over to Ron, who was still being levitated by Pansy. He looked down at his mate and sighed. He gave Ron a slight kiss on the nose before trailing down his neck, where he bit down. Everybody held their breath. Blaise pulled away from Ron. Hermione held back tears. Reginald licked his lips nervously. Remus held Sirius's hand tight. McGonagall was shaking. Pansy's wand hand was trembling. Harry was still. Draco was hoping. Blaise was watching. Bloody hell! Pie problems. 2 months later. I shouldn't have eaten that pie, Blaise groaned into Draco's shoulder. Pansy rubbed his back as they waited for the golden trio at breakfast. Suddenly, 3 people walked happily into the great hall. A bright red head of hair, striking blue eyes, dancing freckles, and a big smile practically caught Blaise's attention. How he missed that smile. How's my bitchy boyfriend doing today? Ron grinned, sitting down next to Blaise, with a large smile plastered on his face. Why has everyone been calling me bitchy these days? And what the hell was in the pie we ate last night? Blaise grunted, and he's pregnant. He's pregnant. Blaise grunted, and Ron stared at Draco and Pansy with confusion. Rhubarb and cinnamon. Why? He asked, and the Slytherin and Blaise facepalmed. What's the matter? Ron asked. Pansy chuckled. Blaise is allergic to cinnamon, she said with a lopsided smile, and Blaze nodded, clutching his stomach. Really? What happens when you eat it? Ron asked out of interest and glancing at Blaze. A terrible stomachache. I'm actually surprised you haven't. It's been too late. Blaze had gotten out of his seat, ran down the Great Hall. Oh, gosh, Blaze, Draco muttered, and him and Pansy ran after him. I hope he's all right. I had food poisoning once. Not pretty. Hermione sighed as they watched Draco and Pansy leave. I'm going to check on him, Ron decided, standing up and a piece of toast in his mouth. Ron and Hermione waved him off, and Ron jogged towards the closest bathroom. That's it, Blay. Let it all out. Nearly done. He heard Pansy reassure Blaze, followed by the sound of someone hurling. Oh, gosh. Okay. He walked in and saw Draco leaning against the stall inside. Blaze was kneeling in front of the toilet bowl. Pansy crouched down next to him and rubbing his back. Blaze threw up one more time before leaning against Pansy. I think I'm done, he breathed, and Pansy held him up. And Draco and Ron made space for the two leaving the stall. After flushing and Blaze washing his mouth and face before nuzzling his face into Ron's neck. How are you feeling? Ron asked, wrapping his arms around Blaze's waist lightly. Like shit, he answered warily, and Ron chuckled. Let's go, love, Ron said, putting his hand on Blaze's. The four of them left the bathroom and walked back to the Great Hall, where Harry and Hermione were waiting. Good. Are you good now? Harry asked, lifting up a thumbs up. Blaze nodded with a smile, and they all sat down again. I am never having pie again, he heaved as he munched on a pickle. Don't eat with your mouth open, Blaze. You're becoming more like Ron every day, Pansy hissed, and everyone laughed. I need to take a nap later, Blaze mumbled to himself, and Pansy stared at him suspiciously before brushing it off. At breakfast, the six of them got up and strode to herbology. As they entered the greenhouse, Blaze's eyes rolled back into his head momentarily before he grabbed hold of Neville, who happened to be closest. Blaze, are you all right? You did that eye roll thing that you do when you faint, Draco asked, and Blaze shook his head. Sorry about that, Neville. Yeah, I'm fine. He heaved, and Neville smiled, looking quite concerned for the dark Slytherin. The day went by pretty quickly today, Ron thought as they walked to dinner. Well, except for Blaze's toilet breaks. How much water did he drink last night? They sat at the Slytherin table. Blaze immediately grabbed his usual beetroot soup. Everyone started eating, and Pansy said something about making the group laugh. Blaze was laughing so hard he accidentally hit the goblet of water and spilt it on Hermione. Oh, I'm so sorry, he said, and everyone was shocked when he started crying. Blaze, you don't have to cry. I'm fine. So, see? Hermione tried to convince them, and Blaze sniffed, with wiping his face vigorously. That's just PMS too. It's premenstrual syndrome, or I forgot what it was. I had PMS at one point right after I was wrapped. So, and I thought I was pregnant too. So I was having problems. I had these same exact symptoms. That was the problem. He sniffed again as Hermione siphoned the water out of her clothes with her wand. Oh, now I have to pee again. He whined before excusing himself from the table. The minute Blaise left the Great Hall, Pansy hit her hand on the table. I think Blaise is pregnant. The water Ron had been drinking spewed out of his nose, and he started choking. Harry hitting the back so hard, Uncle Vernon would be somewhat proud. What makes you think that? Pansy rolled her eyes. He's eating pickles in this morning. He was vomiting. He almost fainted in herbology. He cried for something he usually laughed at. He's been going to the bathroom nonstop. He's been bitchy for days now with constant mood swings. He's always tired. Doesn't that tell you something? Pansy said. I mean, that's teenagers. Like, that's like teenager school stuff. My throat hurts a little bit. I've been talking for too long. He was, yeah. Pansy said hysterically, and they all stared at her in shock. Ron's mouth was agape. He couldn't properly compute that what she had said. Just said. Oh my gosh, Hermione heaved. Why do you all look like you just found out something that you never expected? Blaise asked as he sat down. Ron grabbed his hand. They all practically ran to Madame Pomfrey, Blaise confused and complaining all the way. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Zabini, and my regulars. That should be her catchphrase. Oh, and my regulars. Oh, that's not good. Madame Pomfrey, chuckled. Sorry, madam, but could you please give Blaise a checkup? Ron asked immediately. Blaise gaped. Why would I need a checkup, Ron? The cinnamon's out of my system. Blaise said, but Pansy shushed him. Sure, Madame Pomfrey said with a smile, and before Blaise knew it, he was being pushed into Madame Pomfrey's office. After 45 minutes, the five had heard Madame Pomfrey call Ron's name, and he sprinted in. Blaise was crying a river, and Madame Pomfrey was trying to reassure him. What's the matter? Ron asked frantically, and Blaise shoved a piece of parchment into his face. Ron looked at it for a long time before realizing that it was what it was. It's an ultrasound, Mr. Weasley, Madame Pomfrey whispered, and Blaise sobbed into his hands. Blaise is indeed 2 weeks pregnant. So it's a little bean. It's a little bean. They're so adorable. Little beans. Just little beans. Just little beans. I'm weird. I like little beans. Little beans. No, not to eat. No, that's gross. I just heard myself. Ooh. No. Sorry. The epilogue. I wanted to finish it today, so this is what I'm going to do. 8 months later. George, can you help me in the kitchen, dear? Molly Weasley shouted from the kitchen. Ron watched as George got up from the couch and jogged into the kitchen. Just as Blaise sat down next to him. Blaise was, of course, heavily pregnant. Wait, what? Why would he? He's had the baby for... Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. I thought he said that he was 2 months pregnant. I mean, I was going to say, wait a minute. It's been 8 months. Wait, 10 months? Let's see. My brain kind of... Okay. Just as Blaise sat down next to him, Blaise was, of course, very, very heavily pregnant. Ron was scared to death. Blaise spent his last few months at Hogwarts, which were Ron has to say, pretty hilariously and trying. All the girls would marvel at his stomach, while Ron would get pats on the back for scoring a good catch. And he means everyone, would always be willing to help Blaise when he needed it. How are my two most favorite people in the world doing? Ron asked as Blaise lay his head on the ginger's lap. He won't stop. It's like he's here. He's me at Pansy's house back when we were in 6th year. Pansy, Blaise complained, and Ron chuckled. And what exactly were you like? You were like? He asked, and Blaise scoffed. High as language, Zabini! Draco tuttered. Tooted, opening the door to let Harry in. Harry, Pansy, and Hermione in. Took you long enough, mate. Blaise complains. He's been kneading your shoulder. Apparently means uncomfortable. Ron grinned, and Draco snorted. How is the baby? Harry asked as he crouched down to stare at Blaise's stomach. He's being an annoying little language, Zabini. Ron, Harry, Pansy, Hermione, and Draco all said simultaneously, and Blaise narrowed his eyes. Are Ginny and Luna here yet? Pansy asked, and Blaise shook his head. They said they'll be running a little bit late. He answered, and turning around when Reginald's voice rang through the house. Lunch is ready, he shouted, and they all walked into the kitchen. Godfathers! That's an actual place that used to be here, which was so good. They had monkey bread, which was apples and cinnamon. It was like apple pie. It was delicious. I miss Godfathers. It had a perfect view. I don't know why people didn't like Godfathers. It was good. Sorry. Let's keep on going. Godfathers! Harry grinned. When he saw Remus and Sirius, before giving them both a large hug. Remus and Sirius had gotten married a week after their graduation. The same week, Reginald proposed to George. Knock, knock, they all heard from the door, and Pansy ran to open it. Dean, Seamus, Neville, and Theo, I was going to say Luna because it's usually those four, who had become friends with the Gryffindors. Theo, who had become friends with the Gryffindors closer to the end of the year, walked in and immediately took in the smell of the delicious food. Good to see you guys. Draco grinned, and they sat down. Everybody started eating and having a great time. Until Ron looked over to Blaise. Blaise was staring at an empty plate as if there was a ghost on it. Uh-oh. Blaise, love, you all right? He whispered, and Blaise looked up. Oh no, Ron thought. He knew that look. He had been dreading that look, but here it was, plastered all over his boyfriend's face. Mom, Ron stressed. taking Blaze's hand in his. "What's wrong, dear?" Molly asked, turning away from Arthur. "I think my water just broke." Blaze heaved, and Mrs. Weasley looked like he was about to faint. Mrs. Weasley looked like she was about to faint. "Are you sure it's not a false alarm, dear?" she asked, and Blaze shook his head. "No, this is real. This is real," he said, and is as if he had only registered the fact that at that moment. "Get the bag!" Ron screamed as he helped Blaze into the seat. On his seat. In just a few seconds, everyone was frantic. Dean and Ron were helping Blaze into the car. Ron and Harry and Hermione were packing any necessary last-minute items into the baby bag. Seamus and Dean were trying to center Mrs. Weasley and Pansy, their barking orders at Theo and Neville after Arthur started the car. The car. There's a monkey on the car. Golf. If you remember that, I remember that. That was pretty fucking good. I'm gonna die. I'm drinking coffee at 7 at night. I'm not a good role model. Anyways, let's keep going. Dean and Ron were helping Blaze to the in a matter of 10 minutes, they were all sitting in the limousine, driving towards St. Mongoose. Ugh! Blaze screamed, and he squeezed Ron's hand, making it go slightly purple. "Don't worry, love. We're almost there," Ron tried to reassure Blaze, who was grunting in pain. "It's just the contractions, Blaze. They'll be over soon," Pansy said softly. Once they got to the St. Mongoose, Ron practically hurtled inside, startling the staff and customers. "My boyfriend is giving birth. Can I have some assistance, please?" he screamed, and immediately a few doctors and nurses put Blaze in a wheelchair. "You got this, Blaze." Pansy shouted amongst the many "good luck, Blazes" shouted from the large group. Blaze screamed as the contractions got worse. He was wheeled into the room and lifted into a bed where a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue tips, light blue eyes, and a calming demeanor started talking. "Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sarah Venice, and Venice. I'm going to say Venice. And I will be delivering your baby today," she said, and Ron nodded, wincing when Blaze squeezed his hand. "Ugh!" he shouted, and Ron rubbed the back of his hand, panicked. "Okay, Blaze, so right now we're doing fine. The contractions are normal. All we have to do is wait," smiled the Dr. Venice, and Blaze nodded frantically before relaxing slightly when the contractions were less painful. There you go. Here, how are you feeling today?" Ron whispered as he rubbed Blaze's hand. "Sore and tired and oh my, that's happening again." Meanwhile, the Weasleys, Harry, Draco, Pansy, Hermione, Dean, Seamus, Theo, Neville, Sirius, and Remus were all waiting anxiously in the library. Oh, no, lobby. Sorry, I said library. I mean, they should read a book. So they can know how to do with their time. Oh my gosh. Harry! Miney! How is he? Said a voice. They all turned around to find a frantic Ginny running in with a worried Luna behind her. They've been in there for 30 minutes. I don't know when. Suddenly Ron dashed towards them and almost crashed into Reginald. They're taking him to the delivery room, he panted. Tell him we said good luck, Hermione called after him as he nodded and ran back to Blaise, who was screaming in pain on his way to the delivery room. Dang. That's quick. I wonder if he just noticed that. He didn't just notice his water broke. Like, he started having contractions. That's what some people do. They don't notice if it's a contraction or not. They have, here's the thing about contractions. They go far apart. It's like a period pain, if you've ever had those. But they, 10-minute window, 5-minute window, 1-minute window. So every minute you have a contraction. And then push. So it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And no, I'm not going to tell you that fact. Okay. Blaise was screaming in pain on his way to the delivery room. How exactly does this work? Ron asked Dr. Venus, agitated, because he is not human. He is not human. Giving birth to your child will be 5 times more painful than an average birth. Oh, shit. She said, and Blaise stared at her ludicrously. Oh, before grunting in pain again. The hand Blaise was holding had lightning dancing around it, and Ron was scared Blaise would short wire the whole building. Okay, Blaise, we gonna need you to push, all right? Said Dr. Venus, and Blaise nodded. Ron wiping sweat away from Blaise's forehead. Push! That's it. Keep going. Keep going. Someone give me vodka. This hurts. Oh, gosh darn it. What do you want, Atticus? Go. What? Here you go. Keep pushing. You're doing great, love. Almost there. One more push. Ah! Congratulations. It's the most adorable little potato I've ever delivered. Ron sighed in relief when he heard the sound of loud crying fill the room. He peppered Blaise's tired face with kisses, smiled with a bundle of blankets was handed to him by Dr. Venus. He looked down into the bundle and tears fell from his face. The little boy inside was the cutest thing Ron had ever seen. He had smooth caramel skin, bright red eyes, a big toothy grin as he looked at Ron. Ron placed gentle kisses on the boy's face, and he giggled. Blaise shuffled in the bed and disrespectful turd. Oh. Made me No, you're gonna tap that over. It's my coffee. Okay. And he looked up at, he giggled. Blaise shuffled in the bed, and Ron carefully gave him the baby. Blaise stared into his son's eyes and immediately forgot all about the pain. he went through. He forgot about the delivery. He forgot about the harsh 8 months. He forgot about the rude remarks he had gotten over the 8 months. He had forgotten the crazy years he had experienced. Ron by his side through all of it. He forgot about it all because everything he ever needed was right in front of him. Ron cuddled up to Blaze in the bed, their son on top of them. Just never put a baby when it's freshly newborn. If they can roll, you would have to wrap them up because when they go face down, they're suffocating themselves against the bed. So that's why you put Atticus, go away. Go away. What? You want to fight? What? Get up. You're ruining a moment here, bitch. Come here. You have to sit down and be quiet. Okay. Ron by his side through all of it. He forgot about it all because everything he needed was right in front of him. Ron cuddled up. Cuddled up to Blaze in a bed, their son on top of them. Just by looking at his son, Blaze knew that it was all worth it. Everything the amount he and Ron went through together was unreal, and the fact that they pushed past that is more than Blaze could ever imagine. But just by looking at his son, he could tell he was going to be just as strong as his parents are. And to think it all started with a bite. A faithful morning when Reginald bit Ron on that train. It's crazy how just one bite could change so much. But both Blaze and Ron knew that their son wouldn't need a vampire bite to have an interesting life. He is the most powerful baby out there. Of course, he's going to run into some issues, but at the moment, neither boys cared. All they cared about was the love they had for the small bundle of blanket curled up in Blaze's arms. You'll do great things, Nolan, Azar, Elo, Zabini. And you don't need a bite to prove it. I know it's the last chapter. Let me be real with you guys. I have never had so much fun writing a story in my life. This has honestly been the experience of a lifetime, and and this story has been the only thing stopping me from cracking during this quarantine. Yes, my grades are suffering. Yes, I am not as fit as I used to be. But I just needed to escape, a place to escape, where all those thoughts I have evaporate as I write. This story had been one of the biggest privileges of my life, and I am so grateful for every single one of you who has stuck with me from the prologue. I truly do love you all and hope to create more stories that you hopefully enjoy as much as you enjoy this story. Don't kick the fucking cat!
I only pushed him away from me.
If Sally saw that, she would beat your ass.
No, she would understand. She does the same thing.
No, she literally yelled at you before.
I would punt this cat. I don't give a shit.
Dang. For the last time on one bite. Bye, bitches. I was gonna get up. So
I was just saying if anything was there so I could sit down.
Oh, you can sit down. I'm getting up. Ah, that's a foot, bitch.
How about you move your foot?
I know. I have one other foot. I don't have one foot. I have 2 feet. I'll sit on you. How about that?
Okay.
I'm gonna sit on you. Oh shit! I've been captured. I walked into that one. Oh,
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I want to show you this. Well, I want to read it to you. He won't stop. It's like me. He's me at Pansy's house back when we were in 6th grade. Blaze complains. Ron chuckled. And what exactly were you like? He asked, and Blaze scoffed. High as language, Zabini. Draco comes through the door. Took you long enough, mate. Blaze complains. He's been needing your shoulder. Apparently, mine's uncomfortable. Ron groaned, and Draco snorted. How is the baby? Harry asked as he crouched down to stare at Blaze's stomach. He's been annoying little Zabini language. He's gonna say he was annoying that little fucker. Then everyone said that, not just Draco and the others. It was Ron, Harry, Pansy, Hermione, and Draco. But yeah, he had a baby, and they brought him back to life. It was very eventful. Okay, guys, I'm gonna end it here. I'm having issues.
I don't know when you don't have issues.
Basically never. But thank you guys for watching. I had a really nice time with this series, but all series have to come to an end. I don't think I'm ever gonna revisit that story I read that I read in front of Luna on a live stream. I'm probably never going to revisit that. Starting when I come back, I'm going to be doing the part 2 of Ben X Jeff, because you guys wanted it. So I'm going to do that. But all new stories next time I come back. So I just wanted to end this off with a big bang. So thank you guys for watching. Give it a big thumbs up. Also, put on push notifications if you haven't yet. So subscribe. And Luna, what do you want to say?
I have to say something?
Yeah.
Okay,
Inspiration, something. Don't go on Amino.
I have no real inspiration because right now, in all honesty, life sucks and I'm tired all the time. So I guess
Never listen to
get
Cupcake.
sleep,
Yeah,
ignore stupid people,
yeah.
and if this cat cries one more time, I'm gonna take out his vocal cords. So
Don't call Peter.
have a good day.
So, that's her word of wisdom. I'm gonna say is that thank you guys just for watching. It was really nice. I kiss. Sorry, the cat's touching me. Can't touch me now,
I
bitch.
think I'm
No,
gonna fight the cat unprovoked.
Okay, anyways. Okay, it may be chaotic, but you're part of this family, so. What family isn't chaotic? Stop touching my legs. It feels weird.
Atticus, stop molesting her. Atticus, come here.
Go. Shoo. Yes, there we go. Okay. He's like my fat ass. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be on my social media as well. Maybe Twitter. I can't guarantee Twitter. But my Instagram, I'll be able to be contacted through Amino, if you ever got Amino. But
There's no guarantee she'll respond. She's never on that shit.
well, I'm on Amino now.
She's never on that shit.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for subscribing. Those subscribers now. Be happy, be healthy, always be loving, and never judge anyone, okay? Never judge anyone. Because They may have shit, but you may have worse shit. Deal with yourself, okay? Before you go on and help someone else. Or if you're giving someone words of experience, tell them that. But that's different, okay? Love you guys so much. Bye-bye.